Scranton School Board to order for Monday, February 3rd, 2020. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ms. Cruz? Present. Mrs. Dixon? Ms. Fox?
Present.
Ms. Hume? Present. Mr. Beloit?
Present.
Mr. Schuster?
Present.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Present.
Ms. Gilmartin?
Present.
8 present, 1 absent.
May I have a moment of silence this evening for Pat Dewar and his family. Pat was a building supervisor throughout the district. His wife, Lauren, is a special education teacher at Isaac Tripp Elementary, so please keep the Dewar and Angeloni families in your thoughts this evening. Thank you. Before we begin, I just want to thank everyone for being here this evening. To see such a turnout this evening is a testament to the fact that the safety of our students and staff is an utmost priority. And I think I can speak for my colleagues to say that we are united with the administration in all of our efforts to get you the most accurate and correct information and answer as many questions as we possibly can this evening. So thank you for being here. Now, we get to do one fun thing before we begin. We will honor and recognize Ms. Katona Miller. Mrs. Yanni?
Members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Education Committee that the following resolution be approved. Whereas the Board of School Directors are always eager to recognize educators who have made outstanding academic contributions to the Scranton School District. And whereas South Scranton Intermediate School 7th and 8th grade science teacher, Ms. Katona Lynn Miller, was selected as a finalist for the 2020 Pennsylvania Teacher of the Year Award for her outstanding dedication to students and innovative teaching skills. And now therefore be it resolved, the official congratulations of the board is extended to Ms. Katona Lynn Miller for her excellence in teaching. Respectfully submitted.
May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Cruz?
Present.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Beloit?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Gilmartin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Ms. Miller? Communications to the board?
Yes. Executive sessions were held on January 2nd, 2020, January 27th, 2020, and this evening to discuss personnel, staffing, negotiations, real estate negotiations, and litigation.
Thank you. Mr. Rowdy?
No report this evening, Madam President.
Mrs. McTiernan?
Yes, good evening, everyone. I have a couple of announcements. I want to thank the SSD community for their cooperation and support during this difficult time. The health, safety, and welfare of this school board and this administration is the #1 priority, and it always will be. DADM and Alicon are here tonight to represent our environmental professionals. Guzik Associates has been unexpectedly detained at this time and will not be here. Any questions specific to their work will be recorded by our secretary, Ms. Orr. We will work with Guzik Associates to get answers to your questions. We will take those questions and answers and post them on our webpage. Another announcement regarding Northeast Intermediate. At this time, Northeast Intermediate will remain closed until the plan to relocate students is complete. For the record, the plan is not complete. Current details that the administration is currently working on includes building capacity, student schedules, technology, transportation, and the movement of furniture. When the plan is complete, the Northeast Intermediate Administration will hold parent and student meetings. We are working as quickly as possible to finalize this plan and to get students and staff back to school. And we appreciate, again, your cooperation, and I understand that we can't move quickly enough, but we're trying. At this time, I ask Mr. Paul Doherty to come forward. Mr. Doherty is our Director of Operations, and he will give an update to the board at this time.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. I'm so excited to see such a, to see such a huge crowd, because some of the things I'm going to say, quite honestly, I spoke last Monday about the same things. And I stood in front of this school board last Monday and I said, I'm going to say things publicly that needed to be said and probably has never happened before. So I'm going to be very happy to recap that, and I'm thrilled to see such, dedicated faculty members, parents, and students that are here, because it's important that you're involved in this process. Thank you, TJ. I'd also like to welcome Thomas Jimmy from Datum, who's currently being a very nice person and picking up my things, and Krista Noor from Alicon. Her company's been doing a lot of air quality testing in our building. Last Monday, I stood in front of you and I talked about some environmental issues. We started receiving lead and water reports in mid-January, and when that occurred, quite honestly, the report said that you need to go back and you need to also compare to the 2018 reports. And that's when things got very real for me very quick, because it was obvious that there were some things that just were not addressed. As the reports rolled in, we took appropriate action. Ultimately, we found 33 sinks and 5 fountains that required action. All the fountains were turned off. The sinks were turned off where possible, but even with a higher lead content, you're allowed to wash your hands, for instance, and wash dishes. So there were some sinks, obviously, that remained on, but none that students had access to. I also talked, also about the lead. Back in 2018, there was an act called Act 39 of 2018, which required school districts that if they lead tested to report elevated levels to the state. Our district did not do that. They did not file the report. So I went through and I filed the 18 report. I reached out to the Pennsylvania Department of Education and I filed it. Additionally, just in the past week, I filed our 2019 report. All of our lead testing results for all of our schools, they're on our website. They're on our website right now, as are the asbestos reports. Now, that same evening, last Monday, I identified 202 priority areas that we were working with Guzik Associates on for addressing asbestos concerns within our school. Throughout the fall, Guzik would notify me when, reports are coming out. They come out, September, October, November. They come out piecemeal. And as reports would come in, they would say, hey, there's something you got to take care of immediately. Okay, so we made 4 or 5 emergency fixes throughout the fall. Last Monday, as I said, I identified 202 priority areas that we needed to look at over the course of the summer. Guzik was working with us on putting together actually a spec sheet so we could start soliciting bids for that work. The good thing after my talk on Monday is it caused a heightened awareness within all of our schools. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Wednesday morning, I started receiving some emails. I started receiving some pictures via text of things that people were concerned with. They were coming from faculty members. They were coming from administrators. And certainly, I'm going to take every situation that comes to my attention as serious. And I'll be the first one to stand here and tell you I'm not an environmental expert. So it started at Northeast on Wednesday morning, when Mr. Haney, the principal, sent me a picture of debris that had fallen from the ceiling from the old section on 3rd floor. Now, I don't know what that debris is, but when I reference the asbestos reports, I know it's thought to be asbestos in the plaster of the walls and the ceilings. That day, Mr. Haney kept students from going into 4 or 5 classrooms. And at that point, we invited environmental specialists there. I was there Wednesday after school with TJ from Danham and with associates from Guzik, Chris and Brent from Guzik. At that point, not being a scientist, you know, the question always comes down to, right now, because they'll speak very technical, and they're very, very intelligent people, but really the question boils down to, right now, is this safe for children? Is this safe for staff? Is it safe to occupy this space? And when they look at you and they tell you, no, we can't say that right now, that becomes very real very fast. And it's going to kind of force the hand of what's going to happen that next day. As I talked to them, as we were there speaking, you know, the next question became, where is there, do all of our facilities have, all of our older facilities have asbestos that's in the plaster of the walls and the ceilings? Our only other facility that has it is at Willard Elementary School. Now, the conditions at Willard, they have some cracking that needs to be remediated, and certainly TJ can speak to that because his company did that work. But it did not rise to the level of what we're seeing at Northeast with the debris that's fallen from the ceilings at Northeast. It led to a further discussion where Mr. Coleman at Morris had reached out to Mrs. McTiernan and said that they had a fitting underneath a sink that was basically falling apart. Now, we knew the fittings underneath the sinks did contain asbestos, but what had changed from the reports was that now it is worsening. And I'm sure TJ could also speak and confirm that, you know, what we started finding district-wide is we started finding items that were significantly worse than when reports were issued. So now this is going to cause us to take immediate action. And certainly when I have environmental people telling me you need to take action, then certainly we're going to take action. You know, as I say this all the time, that, you know, I've been working in this school district 15 years. I've been in buildings for probably 10 hours a day for the last 15 years. My kids, you know, I have a son that graduated from the Scranton School District. I have a daughter that's in West Scranton High School each and every day. It's as important to me as it is to all of you that our buildings are safe for kids. Because ultimately, that's what matters. That's what matters. Our facilities are not in great shape. And when you start comparing the 2016 asbestos reports to the 2019 reports, they're very similar. So you can infer what that means for yourself. You know, over the last week, we're chasing a couple things that maybe should have been addressed decades ago. You know, there was a law that was passed in 1988. It was called the O'Hara Act, which districts had to test for asbestos, and they had to develop a management plan to deal with it. I can't say whether that did or didn't happen. What I can tell you is there's not documentation to support that it happened. That's what I can tell you. Being that we were forced with some of these items, I mean, we've been dealing with a lot. Everyone in this room has been dealing with a lot over the last 7 days. You know, we engaged Datum to do building walkthroughs in all of our facilities and had them remediate or actually do maintenance on anything that they think needed to be done. We did air quality testing in every single building. I received the last reports this evening, and they'll be on our website tomorrow. So all the air quality tests that have been done over the course of the last couple days, they're going to be out there on the same site as the lead test and as the asbestos test. I'm going to tell you that no one sitting up on this board, and I'll certainly speak for myself, I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. I want you to have information. I want you to have it. Unfortunately, our plan was to put a big bid together to get work done over the summer, and we just didn't get to that point. Our conditions deteriorating forced us to take action much sooner than we thought we would have to. What's going on in Northeast, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I was an intermediate school principal for 14 years. I was an administrator at West Intermediate for 14 years. Intermediate school is where my heart is. And what's happening at Northeast, it's a little bit sickening. I don't know how else to say it.
It should have never
But
gotten to this point.
no one can argue that point.
But now what's happening with our kids?
I can't answer that now. I mean, there's not a finalized plan.
They're going to find out information after they have a finalized plan, but we should all be involved in those finalized plans that affects our children.
Just to address that, yes, I respect what you said, and the only way I could put this into perspective is we are trying to move 900 kids. Most people that have a situation like this or a building situation, it takes a year to a year and a half to move kids. We are trying to work.
We are going to try to answer all of your questions.
Yes.
If you did sign up for public comment, we will hear what you have to say. If you have a question once we're through public comment, you are welcome to submit it. Okay?
And all I can promise you is, number one, as I said before, your students and our staff is our number one, this board and this administration's number one priority. I can't guarantee you much, but I can guarantee you that. And number two, we're going to get them into school as quickly as possible. And
So is this coming off of their summer? Is this coming out of, their time off? This is
again,
about-
we will address all of that when the plan comes out. Thank you.
So we're just supposed to keep the kids home, not going to school and not doing anything?
Ladies and
nobody
gentlemen,
knows?
ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to get as much information out to you as we possibly can. Let's please let Mr. Doherty continue with his report.
There's a reason why we're all here. At least tell us what we want to know. Give us some kind of answer. Don't make us feel like we're wasting our time. We're sitting here going through all of this stuff.
Give them a chance. We got the form. Look at all of us. This is a beautiful thing.
Thank you, sir.
You want to watch my kids during the school while I have fun?
We are going to keep a certain level of decorum here this evening.
No, and I'll say this, there's a lot of frustration, and you have the right to be extremely frustrated. And I know it probably means little to you if you don't know me, but I'm as frustrated as you are. Like, no one wants to do this to children. No one. And all I can do now is stand in front of you and tell you that I'm trying to do what's right, and I'm trying to do the right thing. And I'm trying to, and I'm trying to make up for history. And I wish I could do it fast, but I can't say that I can.
Sir, what do we teach the kids? We teach them in school that they need to stay up on their schoolwork. We teach them in school that they need to be ahead of the game. Now, we're all sitting here discussing something that should have been done years ago. So now when we go to teach the
We
kids,
certainly want to hear all of you speak, so if you've signed up or if you want to sign up, we want to hear you speak, but we can't hear you up here yelling to us, okay? I'm a parent, I have 2 kids that went through the public school system, Scranton Public School System. All of us here have done that. We all have kids, we all have family. So we're all feeling the same things that you are, but we're trying to put a plan together. Yeah, my boys went to Willard. My son just graduated from West Scranton High School. So please come to the podium and address us.
Okay. We need to let Mr. Doherty continue his report. We have the environmental experts here to answer any questions. please let him get through the information.
You know, really, it's what direction do we take with Northeast? And I think there are a couple options, and I'll ask TJ to speak to some of those options about how to potentially clear that building. TJ can speak to that. What's an option? How do we say if we wanted to clear that building? I mean, because there's two schools of thought, with it. And it becomes, if one room is contaminated because it's in the plaster, are all rooms contaminated because it's in the plaster? Yeah. I don't know the answer to that, but that's why we have an expert here, and there may be another way, you know, potentially. But I think we have to explore every option and see which one is best for kids. I'll say that. Can you speak to that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Based on the Guzik report and the initial HERA sampling, a certain number of samples by law must be taken of the plaster. I'm not sure of the number of samples that was taken. Guzik was going to speak to that if they're available to be here tonight. If one of the 30 samples comes back as containing asbestos, then that entire homogeneous area is considered as being asbestos. Even if the other 39 samples taken from specific spots show that it's not asbestos, that's considered asbestos. What we originally tried to do on the first night involved, what was that, Wednesday night, was there were 4 specific rooms up on 3rd floor that were closed that were showing crumbling of the plaster. We took additional plaster samples from the ceilings and walls in each one of those rooms. Now, each one of those, all of those samples were put on a rush turnaround time, and all of the samples, with the exception of one, came back as non-asbestos, less than 1% of non-asbestos, non-detect for asbestos. There was one sample from one room that came back as less than 1% for asbestos. By OSHA standards, that means that room should be treated as asbestos. So we have the home, and this is the discussion that's going on now between the experts, and we talked, Paul and I talked about this today, is at some point getting the federal agencies involved to get a determination, because there's 2 lines of thinking. The 3 rooms that we sampled, both walls and ceilings, that show less than 1%, they can be, and some people believe they can be treated as their own homogeneous areas, because we took the appropriate number of samples, those samples came back, they are not asbestos. Okay, and some people say because now the original rooms that showed asbestos can even if we went in there in the original sample room and took another 40 samples and they all came back negative, that room could never be considered not asbestos containing because you had that one sample. Okay, so that's the thoughts that are going now, because that obviously is going to determine long-term feasibility. If you sample each individual room, each individual hallway, and those samples come back as not being asbestos, then obviously you're down to 2 rooms, the abatement costs and everything would maybe be feasible in abating the plaster there and getting, having it, you know, the other areas that are not asbestos, have that stabilized. You don't need an abatement contractor to do that. So that's the train of thought going with Northeast. When we met that night, we saw the 2 schools that had plaster throughout, Northeast and Willard. So we went over to Willard. The difference between the 2 cases between Willard and Northeast is Northeast, the plaster was actually crumbling. It was almost a powder. There was dust. Could we say, is it chalk dust? Could we say it was asbestos dust, chalk dust? We don't know the answer to that. We didn't know the answer to that. So at Willard, there is cracking. It's not in the best shape. However, there is no powdery coming off. The flaking that was occurring was paint. So when we had the meeting, we went in and we stabilized it. By no means is it a permanent solution. It was a stabilization, which it's encapsulated. We encapsulated each crack in different areas. They were stabilized first. In some cases, where we went to stabilize with the HEPA vacuum, we had to clean the areas before. Some of the plaster came off in chunks because we were in an additional room today. So we did all the stabilization. The DEP did come to Willard while we were working at Willard, and they walked through the building with us to see what we were doing, and they issued a report, and then the area was cleared. Okay. Today, there was a concern about a room in 202. Okay. So the general concern in that room was previously the ceiling had come down, not anytime recent, but there was debris still from when that ceiling came down several years ago on the light fixtures and dust. So that room, we recommended keep the kids out of that room for right now, and testing is going to be done specific to that room. Okay. Okay. When the original abatement, and this, I'm kind of speaking towards Guzik and here, because Guzik is the air monitor. Guzik has been in contact with the EPA. When we finished the encapsulating procedure, Guzik performed air sampling throughout the building. It's not every room, it's considered the homogeneous area, similar to what I was talking about with the sampling for the So there were a certain amount of samples taken up on the second floor, a certain amount of samples taken on the first floor, and a certain amount of samples taken in the basement. And basically, what we've been doing the last several days after the plaster is taking the priority report that the district prepared, all the areas, and walking through with the administrators from each building and inspecting these areas and determining if immediate action needed to be done for the safety of the students. What determined immediate action? Is it an area that the students have immediate access to? Is it in an area that's being disturbed and has a chance to create further problems? If those criteria were met, the action was taken. It was all maintenance that was performed with a long-term plan to be prepared to be further addressed.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about that report? We received some information today, building by building, that can be made available.
As Paul stated earlier, we went based on that report with the priority levels. And the reports has changed, situations have changed. As reports were given to the principals, he would take us to areas where there were complaints, specific complaints. And like Paul said, I think that's a great thing. Everybody's looking for it, everybody's aware of it. In several cases, they're concerned because there was ripped insulation, but it was fiberglass insulation. It's not asbestos insulation. There may be a cracked floor tile that was taken care of. So most of the immediate work that we did was more for being reported by the teachers and by the faculty and the administration. So we made those areas, and again, they were minor operation and maintenance repairs, whether it be wrapping a fitting and then encapsulant, removing a floor tile. In some areas, some of the floor tiles started showing signs of cracking, that where we would put temporary laminate over the flooring. But I'm in the middle of preparing based on that, what step 2 is now. Some of these steps that we took the action, there's gonna need further action is gonna be needed sooner rather than later. That shouldn't wait till the summer.
So all of these concerns came through the administration, they were passed on to you?
Originally we were going off the AHERA report. I'm not sure, somebody went through and took all the ones through, they're listed as a priority area, 1 through 4s. So we were originally going off of that list.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but could you just explain a HERA report, what that means, what that stands for?
Okay, each, and again, this isn't my, during the report, Guzik will come in and inspect each building every 6 months, and they have been doing that. And they physically walk through the buildings and they do the inspection, and each item is given a number 1 through 7?
Yes,
Yeah, 1 through
One
7.
being most concerned.
1 being the most concerned, 7 being the least concerned. Okay, so the school district, I believe, like I was given a list, a summary list of all the buildings, and they had all the areas that I believe were 1 through 4 that were listed, to see if any immediate action was needed. And that's how we started this last Wednesday.
So the cases that needed immediate action were taken care of and air quality studies were done on these areas.
Not in all circumstances, because some of the areas that are listed as number 1 are not in accessible areas, they're not being disturbed.
Please explain that a little, because, just so everybody understands.
For example, some of them will be in an encapsulated wall cavity behind the bathrooms in a pipe chase. Some of the pipe may be damaged. So this isn't an area that's getting disturbed. It's not an area that the children have access to, that they can go in and start ripping it further. They're in locked doors, and so they're not an immediate threat to the children. Do they have to be addressed? Absolutely. But that's, again, we were worried about areas that were immediately accessible to the children in the classrooms or common areas, hallways, situations like that.
So those situations,
Those situations have been, yes,
and then air quality studies were completed,
yes.
and what were the results? Overall results were?
I didn't see the clearance reports. That was Guzik Associates.
Our air quality reports, right now, the only building we have is Northeast.
So you're saying the only failing building on air quality reports we have at the moment is Northeast? So essentially the immediate risk of any of our kids in any school apart from Northeast being exposed to asbestos, you have gone in and encapsulated
It's encapsulated and stabilized,
and sealed
yes.
off.
Yes.
In the immediate, so in the
And
immediate
yes.
terms, apart from Northeast, our kids are.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, some of the things that we've done are not long-term. So like one of the areas is in Bancroft, it's kindergarten room. The floor tile was cracking. There were a couple areas where it was a little broken up. So we put a laminate floor over half of the floor. Now that floor tile is assumed to be asbestos. It wasn't sampled. So I know Guzik is going in tomorrow at some point to take samples of that tile. And my recommendation, based on my second report, is going to be, if that does come back, that be taken care of prior to the summer, because it's kindergarten class, the kids are on the floor. The laminate is a temporary, they're not exposed to asbestos, okay, but the laminate is gonna be very hard to keep clean with the winter months. So it's not by any means like a permanent solution, but they're not exposed to asbestos. It's the asbestos danger it's encapsulated.
So we have, the immediates have been taken care of, with the exception of Northeast.
Yes.
Then there is some work that needs to be done between now and the summer?
Yes, I called it a priority area in the summer, priority areas in the summer, in the report, in the summer report that I prepared, I called them priority areas.
And there's no risk? in the
As of their
immediate
undisturbed
term,
areas,
done
correct.
by the summer?
Yes, they're undisturbed, well, and again, some of these areas would be best taken care of pre-summer.
Pre-summer?
Yes,
And then there are some that can safely wait till the summer?
Yes.
So that there's less disruption
Yes.
to the...
yes.
Thank you for explaining that.
Is it a possibility, so looking at asbestos management plans in the district, can you just give a general overview of what an asbestos management plan is, so everyone here understands that it's something that you have certain concerns, you've identified certain areas, and you manage these areas?
And the purpose of the report is, if in this room, if this was an older building, this being a new building, it doesn't have asbestos. But the purpose of the plan was, while the law was enacted, if you had a roof collapse in this building, you should be able to go look at that plan, look in auditorium, look into the auditorium, and they will have listed in each room what is asbestos. So if you had a ceiling collapse and you look at that plan and it says it's asbestos, then that's when you need to bring in an abatement contractor where it's beyond the regular maintenance staff. And that's,
Why isn't every room checked? Why is it only select rooms that are being checked instead of every room?
checked.
Checked for asbestos, from what you were saying, in certain rooms that are being checked.
If the material is similar, then every material is tested. So like material, if it is not tested, it is assumed to be asbestos. This is where we're talking about the floor tile in the room I was just speaking of. One sample floor tile did come back that was a similar composition, so all the floor tile was assumed to be positive.
So are we waiting for everything to start crumbling to check it?
No, and again, the inspections have been being conducted every 6 months.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jordan, is there anything else? Do we have any other questions? And what about options at Northeast? I know that's something, there are a few different schools of thought on that. You also mentioned, Mr. Jimmy, about bringing in some of the federal agencies.
Well, I said I think meetings have to be had and discussed about doing additional sampling and what that additional sampling would mean, talking with the federal agencies about it.
And how do we do that? Is that something?
That's something that Guzik has started the process with.
Okay.
So Pennsylvania is a state that is, the compliance is covered by the federal government and the EPA, correct?
EPA and DEP, yes.
So they are going to be at these buildings in the near future?
I can't say that they will be. That's entirely up to them. They can show up anytime they want.
And they were at Willard?
DEP was at Willard, the state agency, yes.
But that is also something, clearly they can come at any time they would like to, but we can also
Whenever any
request.
abatement is going on, notifications have to be filed,
Okay.
and that they have the right to show up. That's why when the schools were shut down, somebody may ask, well, why didn't you just take more of the asbestos out? Because we were doing operation and maintenance under emergency conditions. So notifications by law, a 10-day working notification has to be submitted covering certain amount of quantities of asbestos. If you exceed the removal, you need to submit proper notification so the agencies are aware of what's going on. There's a reassessment. There's a reassessment of each school's a HERA report every 6 months. That's done by that's. I can't answer that. I'm not the one doing the inspections.
Mr. Jordy? Okay, Mrs. McTiernan?
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy.
Thank you. We do have Kristen Norris, she's with Dalacon. Her company is not remediating any areas or doing maintenance on any areas, but her company has been doing air quality sampling in a lot of our buildings. Do you have any questions for Krista?
I do. I'm sorry, I don't know. Okay. Thank you for being here this evening. So we did touch a little bit on the air quality before, and it is determined that the results are as they should be in all of our buildings, excepting Northeast Intermediate.
Our company has not personally done any work in Northeast Intermediate. That again is Guzik Associates. Since Thursday evening, our company has tested Adams, Armstrong, Bancroft, McNichols, South Intermediate, Sumner Elementary, West High School, West Intermediate, and the Whittier Annex. All results have been received back from the lab. All samples that we have taken have been determined not to contain any asbestos virus. Areas that were sampled in each building were chosen based on the reports provided by Guzik, and areas that were identified as being of concern or where there were materials that were not in good shape.
That is precisely the question I was going to ask you, so thank you for describing that process.
So at this point, the air quality that you've done in areas that we would have found problems, had there been problems, most likely found the problems, are clear, and those schools, the air quality is okay?
Correct. We still have to do Memorial Stadium. We're planning on doing some testing in the Electric City Academy, and we're also planning on doing some testing in the administration building, which is all going to take place tomorrow evening.
Thank you very much. I understand there has been air quality testing in Northeast already, but not by your firm. So
Correct.
I'm afraid you can't speak to that.
Unfortunately not.
I think, Mr. Doherty, I understand that there have been air quality tests conducted in Northeast.
But I think we're going to need direction from the board on do we want to go in and sample every classroom at Northeast? I think that's got to be discussed.
So at this point in time, I don't know if the crowd understands that there was 3 companies that were doing testing. Could you just explain that?
Mr. Doherty is going to explain how the air quality testing has been conducted.
Well, Guzik Associates, and we knew the associates from Guzik were out of town, and they were going to try to be back for it tonight, and unfortunately, they just didn't make it. They were on hand last week at the work session when we discussed this. You know, what the samples they found, the original O'Hare report, they know there's asbestos in rooms on second floor of the old section, and now from the new testing, they know there's asbestos in a room on the 3rd floor where some material was falling. At this point, a larger discussion has to happen. I mean, I tried to get into that building today myself, and I was told it wasn't safe. And then I think we need some direction.
Dr. Fining, could you address the law regarding asbestos by the state?
Yes, I believe Mr. Doherty did address it as in 1988 there was a law passed that required all public schools in Pennsylvania to test for asbestos and direct a plan for either encapsulating, remediating, or removing of the asbestos. And that plan was to be updated every year. It was, at that time, it was dictated to be every year. And a plan for that, what was in each building, had to be hanging or available in each building in every school. At that time in 1988, the districts that I was working in at the time made a decision to encapsulate what they could and remove everything else at that time. Later on, because that building was going to be replaced, the encapsulation worked. However, if you encapsulate, you must inspect. And that's why that manual of what is contained in each building has to be located in that building. For example, if someone were to drop something and ends up cutting a tile, or as we heard earlier, if a portion of a ceiling fell down, immediately the maintenance and administration in that building were to look in that particular booklet to see whether or not it contained asbestos, and then immediately call for remediation of whatever the experts recommended at the time. It is unfortunate that many of the buildings that we're talking about here this evening were standing in 1988. And obviously, some of that, what I just explained was required by law, was not done. I can't speak directly to whether or not it was done. I just don't have any evidence that it was, and that's why we're dealing with it now. Certainly, the health, safety, and welfare of all children in this district is of utmost importance. And the law, when it was passed, was to protect children, because we do know, the research has shown, what the result of asbestos, friable asbestos in the air can do to children and adults alike. So that's what the law said, and that's what I know the district I was responsible for and how we handled it back in 1988.
But Dr. Feynman, I don't know that there is an answer to this question, but as we talk about all of these things that should have been done, and no one is ignoring the fact that they were not, we're all addressing that now. But these booklets, these reports, these statements that should have been made, was there no oversight from the state on this?
Actually, I can't speak to that, okay? I do not know. I do know, we heard this evening that DEP does come in and inspect. I don't know if they came in. I really don't. I'm just not that familiar with what happened here. But generally, the answer would be yes, okay?
If asbestos has been detected, airborne asbestos, which is the stuff that you breathe into your lungs, which is not a good thing, has been detected in a school building, is it safe to put the children back in that building with even the slightest chance of any airborne asbestos?
It is my understanding of that no, it is not safe, okay? It's certainly not safe if it's friable and in the air.
And that's why Mr. Doherty has been not allowed to go into the building, I'm assuming, because they're concerned about your ingesting airborne asbestos. That's why you...
That is correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to keep moving through this meeting and through this agenda. Does anyone have any other... Does anyone, Mr. Audi?
No, I'm just going to make a comment that we can't take questions from the audience in this manner because not everyone's hearing them. We have to be orderly. We are definitely trying to get this information out to you as smoothly and as transparently as we can. So if you do have specific questions, there will be public comments.
Can we get to that?
And we'll get there. But what we thought you wanted to hear first was the information that we have.
Do any of the other directors have additional questions for Mr. Jimmy, Mr. Doherty, Ms. North? Did I get that right? Yes, Ms. North. Mrs. McTiernan, I understand you are not in a position to share a plan that is still developing, that has run into some roadblocks, that has had to be adjusted. But can you talk a little bit about the process, about what you have been working on? You know, I know you don't want to say something that may have to change, but if you can just share a little bit about the work that's been going on over the last several days.
Yes, I've been working with the middle school principals, trying to keep the Northeast students within a middle school within our district. That's been the goal. We have looked at alternative options with buildings around the area. The problem we're coming up with is certain buildings may have space for us, but they can't fit a whole grade. So that's one example. We have reached out to the chamber. Again, somebody has said, oh, there's a factory open. Well, obviously that's not suitable for a school and would take time. So at this time, we're looking at all those options, and at this point, what we're trying to do is take the Northeast students and appropriately place them in the other two intermediate schools. Some of the concerns or questions or challenges that we've had, I addressed before when I spoke to you. I'll give you an example. Every desk that comes out of Northeast has to be HEPA vacuumed. We had a tractor trailer there today. The desks were all coming out, and again, HEPA vacuumed by the appropriate environmental experts. So they were on site today taking care of that. We were able to remove approximately 300 desks. Obviously, there needs to be another 300 that needs to come out. And we will continue to work on that. Transportation, so one of the issues has been transportation for our kids that walk to Northeast. Obviously, they wouldn't be expected to walk to South or to West, so we need to work on transportation and how we're going to do that. Resources and technology, so once we have classrooms set up for the students, we need to have materials there for the students when they get there. Again, the resources that are in the building, because we can't go into the building, that has been an obstacle. Technology, setting up computers for teachers, our technology department is working on that. Student schedules, as it sits today, the student schedules probably will not be the same when they get to the other building. So that we are trying to work on make it as easy as possible with students who are going to enter into a school that they've never been into. So those are some of the things I could tell you. And again, that the team has worked throughout the weekend, and we will continue to work until this plan is done. I don't want to roll something out or have a parent meeting when I don't have all the information. So I understand that everybody wants to know what is happening and what the plan is. Unfortunately, there was an article in the paper today that doesn't have all the facts, but they want to say something before we even have that plan, so I wish they would help us out a little bit and wait. We want to get that plan to you as soon as possible. Believe me, there's nothing more frustrating than being able to not move as quickly as I can. And in this case, we've come up with things and obstacles happen. Again, we have building capacities at West and South that we need to abide by, so we need to make sure that our fire department goes through, and as we put these kids into the school, that it's appropriate so that we don't get shut down. So those are some of the obstacles that we want to make sure that everything is as smooth as possible for this difficult situation. I can promise you that we will continue to move as quickly as we can, and I promise you that once the plan is complete, and believe me, one of my best friends works at Northeast, so I'm listening constantly to get moving. So that I promise you. I love that staff. I worked with that staff. I worked in Northeast for many years as an assistant principal. It's a great staff. They will always take care of kids, along with the West and the South kids that will take care, that teachers and staff that will take care of kids. So I am going to say I apologize. I'm as angry as you. I feel like every day's a new adventure of cleanup. That's how it's been in the past 2 months since I've taken this job. All I can promise you is I will do my best, and I promise that, and I said that to the Northeast staff. I will do my best to make sure I take care of kids and to take care of our teachers. So that is where we're at. I promise you, as soon as the plan is complete, you will have a one call from Mr. Haney inviting you to the appropriate place to tell you what the plan is and to make sure that you know exactly what's happening. I can't give that to you today. I wish I could. I can't. I don't know when that will be. We ran into another obstacle today. So,
we don't have any kind of timeline?
Answers than what we have been receiving. So
And
I thank you for that. Thank you.
And I thank you, because this is a difficult situation, and I promise you, I will do everything for your kids. I promise you that.
If I may
Excuse
just...
me, before you leave, can you wait 1 second?
We don't want to hear about asbestos. We know there's a problem. I just don't want to hear about it. She gave, I'm not saying.
All right, go ahead, I'll report to you. I'll let you know.
We've had a technical glitch here. May I just have 1 moment to call Ms. Fox back? Yes.
So my only question that I have is that the environmental representative from Dayton and Alicon remain through the public comment section, so if there's any questions, they can be addressed at that time, as well as Mr. Doherty, Mr. McTiernan.
Yes, of course.
Okay, Superintendent,
Get the other board members back, they have to be part of it.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us.
okay. Superintendent, as I understand it, just looking at this separately, with the building at Northeast, we now have involvement, potential involvement from the Department of Environmental Protection from the state, probably the feds, and certainly we're going to have to do a great deal more things. So it is not in our control at all when that building will reopen. That is something that could be in a week, it could be in 3 weeks, it could be in a month. So the immediate problem that we have, and I think this is where we need to focus what is great for the kids, is it's not the kids' fault they're not in Northeast, it's not your fault or that, but the reopening of that building will be subject not to a decision by this board until we are informed by all the other people. So the immediate problem we've got is we've got 900 kids whose education needs to move on. And I think that the fact that we are working as proactively as we can to ensure that we're not sitting back with the children at home is a great thing, because that's the immediate issue that faces us. And the second issue that is potentially at this point out of our control is what will happen to the building at Northeast. Because once we know the extent of the problem and the potential solutions, the board can make a decision about how we approach the thing. But I think that we need to be all working together, the parents, the staff, the administration and the board, to really get this immediate issue of we don't want the children sitting at home any more than you do. This is their education, this is their time, it's precious time. And I think that the fact that you are working with all of the enormous balls that have to be juggled to get 900 children out of one building into another is something that has to be our primary focus. I think there will be time when this is slightly settled down for us to work out how we got in this mess, who is responsible that we're in this mess, and what we can do to work it out. But at the moment, I think that our focus as parents, as the community, as the board, as the administration, shouldn't be on how we got here. It should be what's the best thing for the kids, and that's to get their education kick-started again as soon as possible.
The only request I have, and I understand it's hard at this time, but I'm asking for us to unite. I'm asking for the SFT. I'm asking for, and I think moving forward, parents, I think we need to unite as best we can at this time. There's people that need to be held responsible for what they didn't do. That will take care of itself. At this point in time, if we are colliding, I guess the best word is that's not going to help us. And at the end of the day, we have one responsibility: SFT, administration, the board, and that's our kids. And that will always be, and I say that non-stop, that will and always be the #1 priority. So I ask for your support and cooperation. I understand you're angry and you deserve to be. But at this point in time, we need to find a solution, because we can't change the past. We can only work towards the future. So thank you again for your cooperation.
Thank you, everybody. We'll move on in the agenda so we can get to public comment. I am delivering my final PSBA report. I Ro will be, as long as you all approve this evening, will be taking over. We do have our Advocacy Day coming up on March 23rd, which will be an opportunity for all of us to meet with our legislators, as we have been doing and will continue to do. But one thing that came across my email, a little bit separate from PSBA, that I thought was of some interest, was through Senator Blake's office about a property tax rent rebate outreach schedule. There is information, there are sessions coming up in Carbondale, Troop, Dixon City, Scott Township. I'm sure this is something we could even share on our social media or website, whatever is most appropriate, but about the tax and rent rebate programs that are they are available to Pennsylvanians age 65 and over, widows and widowers age 50 and over, and people with disabilities age 18 and older. And there's some other parameters around it. So I want to make sure everyone is aware of that program. And Ro, thank you for providing us a very detailed report this evening. Are there a few items you want to highlight or share that at another time?
Yes, because this is, I guess I can go on the website. Very briefly, there is a conference in Philadelphia at the end of March, which is about a focused foundation and what we do to move forward in constructions of schools. There is grant help available through PSBA, which I have signed up for, and which my fellow board members, should they choose to, do so. There's, for instance, a small STEM grant for STEM teachers, where individual STEM teachers can apply for $1,000 to apply to a project that they want to do. We will be trolling, looking for these grants and trying to publicise them within the district as best we can. The administration does this, but I figure that the board can also buy in on this as well. There's a brief update on the fair funding lawsuit, which I think is very precious to all of us. As many of you are aware, there is a lawsuit that's been moving forward for 7 years now, and was to go to trial in June this year. Unexpectedly not. The Commonwealth Court Judge Jubilera has given an issue last week that the trial has been moved to the fall, as she's granted an extension for case management deadlines. The state government is dragging its feet on this, but hopefully we'll have some news in the fall. There is information about a law that is being put in that would reshape the way that charter schools are funded. And there's a PSBA interim report which says that charter school tuition is now the biggest budget pressure for school districts. That's the result of a survey that was done in December. There is a report from PASBO and PASA, neither of which I can remember what they stand for, but they're school administrators and school organisers, which is an in-depth examination of the funding stresses on education. And I will take one moment to read their conclusion of this. Is school district budget issue is not just one issue. It's a school district issue, a state budget issue, an education deficit issue, a property tax issue, a charter school tuition issue, and a special education issue. And it can only be solved to the long-term benefit of the Commonwealth, students, school districts, taxpayers, if we tackle it as one. I have copies of the report. If anyone wants to email me at the district, I can email you the link to get to that. Day of Advocacy on the 23rd of March. I will be going. This is where we meet with our legislators. We have 3 fabulous state legislators, and we all, I think, have fairly good relations with them. So I've asked them to set me up with the Republican leaders of the committees, which I'm braced for, and I hope they are too. And finally, Governor Wolf's budget comes down tomorrow. He is proposing funding increases for public schools, and of immediate concern, as Superintendent McTiernan was there last week when he made this announcement, funds for lead and asbestos remediation, and a bond-backed loan scheme to finance the issues, because for all of the personal issues in this will also have a financial implication on our district and the recovery plan, and respectfully submitted. And
thank you very much. Before we begin public comment, I do believe Mayor Cognetti is with us this evening and would like to address the group.
Shanefield Martin, I planned this for me to just come and address the board, congratulate Superintendent Tiernan on the first meeting of me being in office and of this board being together. Did not realize, of course, that all of you would be here. I'm sorry there's under these circumstances, but true to everything that I've said since being here and everything that the people on this stage know, Scranton comes out for its kids and for its families, and that's why you are all here tonight. The people on this stage are here for that same reason. So I know, having worked with nearly everyone on this stage, that they are here for the kids, they're here for the teachers, they're here for the district. So I know that this news is terrifying, it is very, very difficult, and I know that you're angry, and to Superintendent McTiernan's point, you deserve to be. I appreciate her words about coming together and looking forward. I'm dealing with the same thing at the city. There's a lot of things that happened decades and years before. Right now, it doesn't matter what happened before. We have to figure out the immediate needs and how to get our kids into schools that they need to be in, how to get your kids educated. In terms of what happened decades ago, same with the city, same with the school district. We can figure those things out as needed. Some of these things we're never going to figure out. The report that got filed or didn't get filed in 1988, we're probably never going to know what happened with that, right? So we have to just kind of take that and understand it and move forward. I do think that you all, as parents, as students, you all are in good hands. Everyone on this stage is here for the right reasons. And with that, I just wanted to say that congratulations to all of you for being up here. Superintendent McTiernan, thank you for being here. She and I were already on the phone a couple times today to determine if there's anything the city can do. She mentioned the fire department. We're working together to see, depending on what path she's able to take or to give options, the fire department will be there with her. Our buildings inspectors are ready to be helpful. So anything that we can do there, the city is here. So thank you all. I know this is difficult for everyone in the room, but I do look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this evening. I know you were on the phone with Superintendent McTiernan this afternoon. I was on the phone with President Gahn of City Council. So if there was ever a moment that things are really going to change in this community, it is now. We are working together, we are friends, we are enjoying working through all of these struggles together. So thank you for making that a very visual moment here by being here this evening. But I know that you and your team at the city are a phone call away from all of us and our team here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. I will welcome you to the podium for public comment. We will have 3 minutes for each speaker. Union and government officials are allotted 3 minutes. So please, Michelle Dempsey. Hi. You could have come before and delivered air testing results. I was signing you right up.
Yeah, not me. Thanks. I am going to apologize. I'm not a very good public speaker. And I want to thank Paul Doherty for clearing up some of the questions that I had this evening. So I'll start with, hi, my name is Michelle Dempsey. My husband is a high school math teacher at West Scranton. Not all of these are mine. I just have some that I've done. He's taught in the district for 16 and a half years. I have 2 children currently enrolled at Northeast, 1 in 8th and 1 in 6th. And I have 2 younger children currently enrolled at Prescott. So my entire world teaches at West Scranton High School, but he did teach at Northeast at the beginning of his career in Scranton. My entire world lives in your buildings for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. Frustration does not begin to describe. I'm sorry. So anyway, the closure of Northeast, it felt sudden, It was unexplained, it was unsettling, so I want to thank you, Mr. Doherty, for clarifying that and explaining to all of us here why it happened the way it did. I truly appreciate that. I do wish that that information had been made available prior to this evening, but I do appreciate your honesty, thank you. I'm slightly disappointed because my children have been in this health hazard all day last Wednesday. My one son spent 2 hours in the auditorium with the classrooms closed. And now somehow this building is deemed beyond repair, warrants completely potentially closing the building. My children, those of my friends, our teachers and staff have been in that building since September. I've also been hearing rumors from friends of mine that are teachers within the district and administrators that our green team will be jammed into South, our white team will be thrust into open classrooms at West Intermediate. And as if ripping them away from their school and friends mid-year wasn't bad enough, our children are potentially going to be confined at South to their classrooms as to not create more traffic in the hallways. The teachers would be potentially switching classes. I don't understand why our children are yet again being punished for the crimes of prior administrations and boards. I've also reviewed the asbestos reports for South, as one of my children is potentially going to be attending that school, and I do have some concerns. Rooms 211, 211A, room 316, 316A, and those rooms are considered A because they are separated by a temporary wall, and 317 are slotted for our students, and yet they have all been flagged as a HERA hazard, I'm very sorry, ranking 5, removal priority 3. And that translates to damaged with potential for damage. Response must be to remove, enclose, encapsulate, or repair to correct the damage. One last thing. Would it be possible, or would it be a consideration of the board of the administration to potentially allow for a panel of parents to be involved from Northeast in I'm not saying 50 of us, but I'm saying if maybe a group of us, 3 to 5, maybe potential PTA members, some parents that maybe have insight, that would it be possible or would it be a consideration for us to be involved in where our children end up and how things, I mean, I understand things are in motion. I'm not an idiot. I know stuff's being moved. I know maintenance at maintenance at South is already preparing approximately 12 rooms for our children. So I understand that things are underway, but I'm just wondering if it's possible, if at all possible, that a small group of parents could be involved in this decision. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Mrs. McKinnon, that was a point that was raised to me. I apologize, I don't remember who, during this week, and certainly I understand there are a lot of logistical issues, and this is also going on as you are running the rest of this district. So these are meetings that you're having in between all of that work as well. But I certainly think even as we get closer to a decision, if there is an opportunity, like you said, for a few parents to have a little bit of input, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Matt Barrett.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Barrett. I'm an 8th grader at Northeast. Thank you for serving on the board and doing the best you can. I do have some questions, and Mr. Doherty is over there. I'll be honest with you, I still don't have clarity as to why Northeast is closed. I understand. It sounds like, my first question is the asbestos reports. I'm glad Michelle has them. Where on the district site are they? Is there a certain sub-page?
They're, Mr. Barrett, they're on the Scranton School District website, under district, under maintenance.
Okay.
Is the asbestos and the lead in the drinking water. The air quality test, which we just received the last 3 or 4 today, they will be going up there also.
Will the previous reports be on there as well? Previous air test?
Previous from?
I don't know. Previous since the test you did last week.
We can see what, I mean.
2016, I'm hearing.
Yeah, Again,
Okay.
Mr. Barrett, I don't know, we can certainly look for them, but I can't guarantee that they're
Okay, that's fine. And so with regards, and I realize Alacon did not do Northeast, but when Alacon does testing, do they do testing under, is she still here? Do you know, is it done under PCM or is it done through TEM?
We did TEM.
TEM? Do we know whether or not Guzik did TEM or PCM? Do we know? Okay.
There's nobody here that can answer that.
Okay, and I would suggest, it would seem that having Guzik here would be purposeful, so maybe another meeting could be scheduled just for Northeast air quality stuff, because it's great to have Tatum here, and I know Mr. Jimmy, but they're remediators, they're not air testers, and I understand.
I can ask Mr. Doherty to have said something else.
That'd be great. So with regards to, I mean, do we have an understanding as to whether or not the air quality test for Northeast came back with asbestos airborne? Or is it just that there is asbestos in some classrooms in Plaster?
Plaster was tested, but the plaster's crumbled in the rooms that were tested.
And that's, I will tell you, that's my concern. We went through this with Prescott a couple years ago. And I commend you for wanting to be proactive in response to the problem. But I'm not, you know, when you say there's no plan, if you've cleaned off 300 desks, you're already moving in a direction. And my concern is that without testing of Northeast, and until you know whether or not there is airborne asbestos, we know there's asbestos. There's asbestos in probably all of our homes. There's asbestos in 35,000 schools across America. There's asbestos in schools, and every district has this problem. And the plan is to maintain in place. That's how you deal with asbestos, until it becomes airborne. And if you don't know if it's airborne or not, moving 900 students doesn't make sense. So,
From an educator standpoint, I'm not an environmentalist by any means. When the reports come back, I ask one question: is it safe for students and staff to go into the building? That's the one question I ask. To every building so far, I've gotten yes. To Northeast, I've gotten no. I'm not moving.
And I don't
kids.
fault you for that, but the important thing is, who are you asking, right? The person that you're asking the question to has to be knowledgeable enough to answer that question. And I think, and I'm not suggesting you've done anything wrong. I'm saying that if we're not certain if it's chalk dust, if we're not certain that if it's asbestos dust, that's what your concern is. Your concern is asbestos dust, and Alacon will tell you that PCM doesn't test for I believe they'll say, it doesn't test for asbestos. TEM does. And so you need to know what tests were done, is it airborne, and if so, then take the appropriate action. With regard, and I commend you for that. If that's what you end up doing, if that's what we end up having to do, then so be it. With regards to whatever plan is developed, I do encourage you to make sure you incorporate parents. I think a top-down response will not be a good idea. With regards to, I mean, I'd consider online or cyber schooling. You know, maybe you can cut down on the number of students that you need to actually place. That might be an option. I ask you to think outside the box. If in fact you have to move 900 students, look for open buildings in town, consider the Penn Fed building. I don't have an interest in the Penn Fed building, but you know, I would just think differently than a lot of times we do. I mean, to say we're going to place them into the schools, it's going to beg the question, right? I mean, if you're going to move them from Northeast, you're going to want to move them to a facility that's been fully tested, because there's no sense moving them from a school that has asbestos to a school that has asbestos unless you're sure that the reason why you're doing it is because it's airborne. So, and I just recommend consult with the certified industrial hygienist out there. I don't know if Guzik meets that qualification or not. I would ask for that. And I would identify, you know, there's got to be some expert on the Northeast that you should retain. You know, I have nothing against Guzik, but I think they're an engineering firm that may do this work. I don't know that they are, again, not attacking them in any way. There may be more people out there who have more qualifications and have dealt with this particular issue. So I just ask you to reach out to them. Thank you.
John Loughborough.
Good evening, Mrs. President, Board, Superintendent. My name is John Loughborough. I am a Highmark executive, so Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. I'm here to talk about a slightly different topic, but I think it's related. For 50 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield has been a partner with the Scranton School District, and I understand there's a possibility that this body is evaluating a move to a reference-based pricing model for medical benefits for teachers. The superintendent mentioned that The superintendent mentioned that the faculty and staff are the most important part of the Scranton School District, and I'd agree with that. And I'd say at this time, they deserve the very best from a benefit standpoint. I can tell you as a experienced person in the industry, the disruption that the teachers will experience will be significant. The balanced billing, the members and patients put in the middle of a model like this is a mistake. So I tell you, I am heartbroken to hear about the situation that you're in, and I will tell you that difficult times don't mean desperate measures. On the medical benefit side, Highmark, like we have for the last 50 years, will be willing and continues to be willing to work with the school district. It wasn't long ago that we floated you $8 million and continued your benefits when you had difficulty paying your bills. It wasn't long ago that we invested $75 million in the Geisinger Commonwealth Medical School so that we could bring talented physicians and surgeons to this area. So I too would be upset if Scranton School District decided to walk away for what I will tell you is unguaranteed savings. So I don't want to take up any more time because there's a lot of people concerned about other things, but I will ask for a working meeting with this body so that we can discuss the medical benefits of your teachers, and I thank you for your time.
Courtney Novak.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Novak. I'm a taxpayer, but more importantly, a teacher and a parent at Francis Willard Elementary School. I was prepared to come to this meeting. I've been preparing for a few weeks to talk to the board in depth about the plan to eliminate the preschool program, which has not really been brought to topic at any board meetings so far. Our program that has successfully prepared our students in kindergarten, our students for kindergarten for 54 years. A program that the district uses $2.1 million out of an approximate $5 to $6 million Title I grant. Do not let them fool you to believe the Title I funds aren't there. They are there. In a meeting, I have had a few meetings with Dr. Finan, and she has reminded me that pre-K is not a requirement. I remind her and letting you know that neither are the programs that they want to try to implement to increase the children's math and reading scores. They are not a requirement either. The requirement is to put interventions in place to help improve reading and math skills for our children. Since it has not been done before, we have collected data from our Fordham pre-K students and followed them up to second grade. We compared them to their DIBEL scores of their classmates that did not attend our pre-K program. They scored significantly higher than their peers. The DIBELS measures reading outcomes. This data will be shared at another time. Coincidentally, and lately I do not believe in coincidences, but our attention has been switched to environmental issues in our schools. These issues have been known about earlier in the school year, and all of a sudden on January 29th, some schools were deemed unsafe. Thank you for Mr. Doherty for clarifying for us what made that sudden change. As a parent, I would have felt a lot more confident and comfortable knowing that before the school was closed, or with the announcement of the school closure. Francis Willard was also deemed unsafe. As I said, I'm a parent and teacher there, and no information was shared with us on what needed to be done. Today I walked into my classroom, and my classroom was one of the classrooms that was worked on. A section of my ceiling was missed. I alerted my principal and showed him there's a very large section, and it goes into a square, where my ceiling is still cracked. Mr. Williams assured me that they will be back to do more repairs. Will the children be in there when they're doing those repairs is my question. Who did the final walkthrough to ensure all the work and all the cracks were sealed? Because obviously they didn't look carefully, because my classroom was not the only one. The 3-year-old preschool classroom next door to mine had plaster pieces on the carpet where the children play. They were on chairs and they were on toys. Was anything covered when work was being done?
You're supposed to use the HEP vac.
There was plaster there. Maintenance had to come clean it up. 3- and 4-year-olds put everything in their mouths. Would you leave that in the reach of your children, not knowing what was contained in there? Did any board members walk through Willard? Or any building at this point? Where are the reports that were done every 6 months, and why haven't they been made public? The requirement of water samples according to the Environmental Protection Agency, says for lead testing, they need to be tested immediately and at 6 degrees Celsius or less. I shared these documents with Director Yanni, and I know that she had said she shared them with the rest of you. If anyone needs copies, I have them. No samples for Willard were below 6 degrees Celsius, and they were held for 4 days. All samples must be done immediately and at 6 degrees Celsius or less. In fact, only South and Whittier were tested the same day that they were collected. The rest were held for 3 to 4 days. Only West Intermediate, Sumner, Whittier, Plaza, Nativity, and the Stadium were done under the required temperatures. Some of the schools were done at temperatures of 10 to 11 degrees Celsius. When will the buildings be retested for mold and other things that were previously removed? We're talking about asbestos, and that's just as much of a danger. We've had it removed in Willard 2 years ago. Where are our quality tests ensuring that those buildings are still safe? Let's not forget that some of these issues were known, some in the summer and earlier in the school year. Now we're at the end of June, actually beginning of February, and now we're closing schools. We're putting Band-Aid fixes on things, and we still are. We need to start being honest to the public and competent in fulfilling your duties. These are our children that we're worried about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doherty, are you able to address the lead testing scenarios, or is that a question we need to ask Guzik? Okay. Could you inquire about that, about the process, and make that information available?
Mr. Doherty, with Mrs. Novak's questions, when repairs are done, are there going to be any children in the classrooms?
While it's...
Yeah, one of her questions was, will there be children in the classrooms during repairs? No, so absolutely not. How about the work that was done in, let's say, her classroom currently? That has been encapsulated, and there are still some cracks or something in the classroom that will be completed later, but at this time it's encapsulated?
I don't know the answer to that. No.
Mr. Jimmy, could you share a little more information about that? Mr. Doherty and I did have a conversation about the cracks, and they would still be visible even if they have been sealed. Can you come to the microphone and explain that a bit?
Yeah, and not every, I mean, we made a conscious effort to do the whole severe cracks. Some minor cracking was deemed that it wasn't necessary to encapsulate. And as I spoke earlier, as things come about, we were back at Willard today. I wasn't aware of this classroom itself. As the reports come in, we go back in and we will take a look and determine at that time if additional work is necessary and get it done.
My question is, if it wasn't deemed safe on Wednesday night, and there's still very large cracks, and what another classroom at second floor had 3 large holes that she walked into this morning that were not there before. And I'm just worried about the safety of the children in the school, children I've taught, and my own children.
Yeah, the three large holes, that was what I addressed earlier, and whatever, I can't recall the room number.
212.
212. That was addressed, again, that was encapsulated, okay?
When was that encapsulated?
I'm sorry?
When was that encapsulated?
Over the time period Thursday, Friday. The testing wasn't done until we finished, and then Guzik came back and performed the air testing after we completed the encapsulating.
So the new holes are encapsulated?
Yes, that was all part, yes.
That were seen
And
today.
again, you're saying holes, and prior to putting the encapsulant on, the area is HEPA vacuum stabilized, okay? We can't encapsulate unstable material. So you're saying holes, it's actually part of the plaster that was removed because it was unstable.
Okay, so
Okay,
why
so
weren't the
the
children
whole-
allowed
the
in that
whole-
classroom today?
The hole is basically what you're seeing is the plaster is not there anymore. It's substrate behind the plaster now. That's the hole. So the other areas are encapsulated. That room with that area, that was the room that had the previous concern about the debris on the ceiling, so that was the room that we deemed that additional work is going to be performed in.
So the children were not allowed in that room today, but they're allowed to be in the other rooms around.
Well, we were in there today, and I was only told of this room.
Who did the walkthrough? Who checked these rooms after you guys did your work? I just want to know who went and walked through the rooms. Who checked them? Who made sure that the work that was supposed to be done?
Right. Ma'am, that is a question I have as well. I mean, if there are reports of plaster.
The air clearance firm, it was Guzik Associates.
Mrs. Novak, I did share all your concerns with the administration here and all your questions, and I can ask administration here to have Guzik respond. If it's on the website, I mean, they have your questions. Do you want them to do it that way?
I would like them made public.
Okay, right. So we'll put those questions on the website and have them respond to the water testing, because I don't understand any of that either. But it would be good to find out. So we'll ask that be done.
And I do ask that maybe some directors can come to the buildings so we can show you our concerns.
Absolutely.
I think you all are well aware that we are all always happy to come.
Yes.
We are letting the administrators and the environmental experts do their work. I certainly don't want to interfere, but we are all always happy to come.
An extra set of eyes never hurts.
Please continue to send me those questions, and I will pass them along. Please try to get answers.
Vivian Williams.
Good evening. Before I start, Mr. Doherty, thank you so much for some of the clarifications you gave us. However, some of them are still concerning, as I have 3 children at Francis Willard Elementary. Even today, my 5th grader came home and told me of 3 classes that were closed and displaced into the library, the cafeteria, and another fellow teacher's classroom. So if you are displacing 3 sets of classrooms into other class areas and parts of the building, I don't know how that is deemed safe. My other question I think we all deserve and want to know is who hired Guzik? Was there an RFP bid out there? I'm not sure how many of you know that. I mean, part of my thing was thanking you guys, all relatively new, for taking this on. But I don't know if you know the process that Guzik was hired under.
I think we can respond to that Guzik has been working in the district for almost a decade.
So as I said, I have 3 children in Francis Willard Elementary that have been at that school for 9 years now. I've chosen to speak out on behalf of our school, including our students and staff, largely because, as Superintendent McTiernan said, we are a family in Westside, a village that supports one another, one that I am proud to be part of, and why I fight so passionately, speaking to every single person that will speak to me in the media. I believe the information sharing that you have done is to be commended, as it's never been done before. However, I think as a board, it's been not enough or inadequate. I was asked by a reporter if schools should have stayed closed till after the board meeting, and I said no. An emergency community meeting should have taken place by administration and board members to address the magnitude of the situation when you decided to close the schools. Not one of you to date has come to meet the people that voted for you. You guys have referred to coming to our schools. I haven't seen many of you. I will say some of you have come because I've asked you to read for my children. Thank you. I've gotten the same message that please attend Monday's school board meeting, and I will say this is a different board meeting that you guys have engaged with us and have given answers because of the severity. Like I said, my child has been in Willard since 3-year-old preschool, and she's now in 5th grade getting ready to graduate. I don't know how many of you have children in Francis Willard or the other schools that were shut down to know the discomfort that we feel. The air quality that was reported safe to return to school, no reports were made public on why they were deemed safe. I will commend Francis Willard for sharing their report, though it was taken down shortly after when parents started commenting that the findings in room 111 were concerning. When you leave parents and community members to Google their own information, mass mayhem comes, and that's what you are experiencing tonight, largely due to your own doing. I consider myself a fairly educated and engaged citizen and found it hard to read and to read the released reports, and actually became more concerned after reading them. I firmly believe that as a board you should engage with those you represent more. I am not sure, like I said, how many of you have children. Unfortunately, past board history precedes you, so my suggestion is for you to over-communicate and make available the resources to educate and communicate to those, once again, you serve, represent, and have supported many of your campaigns. I truly believe that Gruziak should have been here, or they should have been here, like Mr. Doherty said last week, they were here. So it should have been made a public meeting to address parent concerns when they were here.
It was a public meeting, Vivian.
Yeah, I don't know where that was, and
That
simply stating that it's on the school's website, it's not enough.
I understand that. I think we can always do a good job of getting more information out, but our meetings are regularly scheduled on the last Monday of the month. We do have a work session more often than not. It is in the administration building at 7 p.m. and we meet the first Monday of the month. We are going back and forth between Scranton High School and West Scranton Intermediate School, although in March we will meet at the Career Technology Center.
And I will say this, with the emergency meeting, this information came to light last week, and Monday, today, was only a few days away, so.
But when you're told that your school is not safe to report, you're given reports and directed to the school's website, the normal citizen will not know how to read those reports and will become more concerned and start Googling on their own and then posting comments of all sorts without taking and getting ahead of that mayhem that, like I said, you guys created, unfortunately. I believe that what is warranted, like I said, to gain the public trust is a meeting at each of the buildings you closed and deemed unsafe and then opened. A walkthrough to address each of those buildings with every single report that was deemed unsafe should be made, and discussed remedies and action plans, and to listen to the concerns that weren't addressed in the reports, such as timelines. How long, like I said, I understand it's a moving timeline, but there are some information that people said, you're moving desks, you obviously know something. So I would be more transparent and just share everything. You all speak of changing the tone and history and the reputation of the Scranton School Board. This is your time. I hope you take the opportunity to change our future, and children need and deserve that. I know that I will continue to push you to be the board you strive to be, transparent and communicative, and being an advocate for all the students in the district. I can't echo enough that I don't think you guys have enough parent input into your decisions. And I encourage you, as someone had said at Northeast, that you form a small PTA or a couple members, not the whole school, but maybe 5 or 6 from each school. Maybe have a director be the liaison for that school so that they feel like they have someone to contact directly. And like I said, there are natural leaders in the school that you could meet with on a regular basis to keep updated. So,
and Vivian, I don't want to interrupt you, but you know you and I actually worked to compile that list, so I appreciate your support. And that was, I think, virtually the first thing I did when I took this position, is send emails connecting the principals, the PTA presidents, and one of each of these directors. I don't believe
I unfortunately don't think that's fully been implemented.
Oh, no, I don't think it's fully been implemented either, but the first steps have been taken. I need to get Mr. Malloy and Mrs. Welby up to speed, and I will probably wait until we have our 9th member once again.
I will say, and I would hope that Mr. Doherty would speak to this, there's a lot of Willard families in this room that, including myself, do not want to send my child to school tomorrow. I will tell you that right now. So I don't know if you can speak to room 111 that was not deemed safe. That's a kindergarten classroom that was open today, and the displacement of about 100 kids in that school today.
I'm unaware that that 3 or 4 classrooms were empty. The first time I heard that is when you just said that. And speaking to room 111, I'm going to be real honest with you. When I'm going to talk about an air quality report, you said they're very difficult to understand.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. So I'm way out over my skis on this one. But I know in room 111, in a sample, and I'll get further clarification on this, but I know 1 asbestos fiber was in the sample. And I know that's far below what the EPA, states as a dangerous level. I mean, other than that, I couldn't give you more information.
So again, to Superintendent McTiernan's question she asks, is it safe for students then?
I mean, the information we provide, that we've gotten from our testing agency was yes, it's safe.
Again, thank you for being here. Thank you. The question that I asked is the question that you just asked, and the answer I got was yes. And that's the only reason why why your children are back in school at Willard.
There's multiple classrooms, like Miss. I think most people here are beyond past that. You did not know that my 5th grader came home and told me that her class was displaced. My 4th grader told me she was in the lunchroom until 11 o'clock this morning. And for you guys not to know that, I don't feel safe sending my child to school tomorrow.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Suzanne Fury. I am a first grade teacher at Neil Armstrong, and welcome to all the new members. I had a whole different thought on what I was going to say tonight, and I keep jotting down the same 3 words: trust, transparency, and communication. And for me as a teacher at Armstrong, those 3 words became very important 2 years ago when we had a major mold issue. And we were abruptly told at the end of the summer that we weren't allowed in our building for the entire summer. We were never given a reason why. We were never spoken to directly. It was like we didn't even exist. And I'm reminded this year, and I forgot to bring it with me, but about 3 weeks ago, I got a little piece of white paper with a circle on it and a line through, and it said, "Don't drink or cook with the water." And I was told to hang it near my sink, and someone whispered in my ear, "There's lead in it." This happened during reading at about 9 o'clock in the morning. And I just stood there like, what am I supposed to do with that? And that really speaks to communication. I know you have a daunting task, and I know that we try to reconstruct what happened in the past, and you are not responsible for what happened in the past, but what I hope more than anything is you try to look at things from the perspective of the parents, of the students, of the teachers, of the people who have a vested interest in this district. We have very little direct communication. I thank you for what you do put on the website, but almost never do we get a communication from a person. Dear faculty, dear parents, this is what's happening, and this is why. And this has already been said, but as a faculty member, we don't know much more than the parents. And it's frightening. When you hear words like asbestos, lead, we would like to be informed. And I don't know why that is. I don't know whether you don't want to alarm the public, but not saying something makes it worse. We don't know what's going on. Can you imagine how shocked the parents of Northeast are to know that, okay, a couple days ago, your school is open, and now it's unsafe and is closed? Is my child breathing in something that's harmful? Are the teachers breathing in something that's harmful? Maybe that's not the case, but who knows? This is terrifying. And the lack of communication makes it worse. And unfortunately, we're told one thing one day, one thing the next day. We're hearing things on social media. The trust is very, very hard. You're asking us to trust you, but you've got to trust us too. You've got to share with us and let us know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
your time. I am a parent of a 7th and 8th grade student at Northeast Intermediate School. And as most of us here know, for all the schools, we're all a family. Our teachers, our staff, our maintenance.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. We're all a family, all of us. And most of these kids have been together with each other since elementary school. And as we all know, middle school is a huge adjustment, moving from elementary school to middle school to big kids school. I know this isn't your fault. I honestly believe that you're going to try to work with us, and thank you for that. I just don't think right now is, if there was another way to do it, I don't think right now is the time to split these kids up. We all want safety. I'm not saying we have to stay in a building that's not safe for our children. We all want our children to be safe. Like I said, it's just a huge adjustment, and I know you're all new here, and I just hope that we can all work together to come to a solution for our children. And thank you very much.
Christine Goodekunst.
Good evening. My name is Christine Goodekunst. I'm a 3-year-old preschool teacher at Whittier Elementary. I started my career in this district 26 years ago. I realized there are so many pressing issues that the district needs to address this evening, but I just want to take a few minutes to talk about preschool. The preschool program began in our district in 1965, and the district was a leader in early childhood education, and we still are. As you know, there isn't enough time to list all the benefits of attending a high-quality preschool program. As Auditor General Dee Pasquale stated, $1 invested in preschool saves schools $16 in remediation. According to our kindergarten and Title I reading teachers, the students coming from our preschool programs are the most prepared for the rigors of kindergarten, academically, behaviorally, socially, and emotionally. Well over 90% of our students test out of ESL and Title I reading. Between the ages of 3 and 5, a child's vocabulary grows exponentially. Our program attracts young families to the city. Let's continue to give them a reason to come and a reason to stay. Countless studies have shown over decades that access to high-quality preschool is a key element in guaranteeing success in school and life for children. We are there. Please don't take us backwards. We know children who receive high-quality early childhood education are more likely to have higher IQs, finish high school, attend college, hold steady employment as adults, and more. There are 28 preschool faculty members in our school district whose salaries and benefits are completely and totally paid for by the Title I grant. The district does not pay one dime for our salaries, our benefits, or our supplies for our classroom. Eliminating preschool is not saving you money. It would actually add more to the district's budget because our salaries and benefits would have to be absorbed by the district. We are mandated to use the Title I funds to improve our test scores, as Courtney alluded to earlier. What better way to do so? Decades of research have shown preschool to be proven and effective. I have important data and evidence to present to you, and I would like the opportunity to do so prior to any board decisions. I don't want it to get overlooked with the attention focused on the building issues where it absolutely should be today. Research has repeatedly proven that early childhood education is an investment in the future. Education is supposed to be the great equalizer. So why would you consider taking 2 years of education away from the children of our city? The money is there. Use it for what is right. Keep our 3- and 4-year-old preschool program. The data shows it works. We can't afford to lose it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
George Polomitis.
Good evening, everybody from Scranton School District. Panthers, Rebels, Vikings, Steelers, Invaders. That's what we all are. We're all here as one Scranton, right? So when all of these questions that I'm listening to got asked, I'm scratching them off my paper one at a time. Dangerous levels of asbestos, lead in the water. When asked for how long, there wasn't a definitive answer. when how much fell from the top. You know what I said, well, those guys aren't here to tell us that. Everybody said those guys aren't here to tell us that. Now you have an attorney sitting right there and a business manager right there. Now, if the business manager, can you answer me this question? Did we sell to the college? Pretty timely, right? Mr. Attorney, as far as the lack of interest of really what's going on, because, I mean, I might be the first one you're making eye contact with tonight, and I appreciate that. But he just said, no, no, no. What do you know about being, attorneying that right there? That was never mentioned? Never a sale to the college?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what your question is to me.
Can you attorney up and let me know if there was a sale to the, of Northeast Intermediate to the college? To the medical, I'm sorry, the medical college.
Okay, no.
I mean, the kids just start getting sick and the school gets sold or whatever. I mean, that's, I smell a rat somewhere, and I'm just, listen, I don't know, congratulations to whoever's new. I mean, this is my first time being in front because I'm up front now because now I need to wonder, is my daughter sick? Are her friends sick? Are these teachers sick? Are these faculty, are all these people sick now? Here comes the guy from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Talking about now we got better health benefits now if perhaps something comes in your way, right? Like asbestos, like lead. How many of you kids drink from the water fountain? All of us, right? Timely sale. I wanted to know, when I chose years ago to not uproot my daughter, I wanted to move to Florida. You think I like Scranton? Scranton's crap, to be honest. It all starts with the city. I saw Miss Cognetti here. That was great. Maybe she woke you up a little. Or maybe you just woke her up. But I chose to not uproot my daughter because of this community. Of this Northeast Panther community. Of this West Invader community. Of the South Side Rebel community. You're making us uproot. That's my bell. I just got one thing to say. We never pooped in your yard. Stop pooping in ours.
Mr. Audi, Mr. Laffey, to clarify, there has been no sale of the Northeast Intermediate School, correct?
There has been no sale. That is correct. That is why I didn't even understand the question, because it was so out there that there's been no sale.
And no one is proposing...
There's been no possibility, no discussion, no knowledge. It's the first time I've ever heard that.
Mr. Audi, just as a matter of procedure, were that ever to become a scenario that we considered, it would be discussed, it would come before this board. I believe it would require, if I was understanding what Dr. Feynman said regarding some other matters of the building reconfiguration committee meeting, my understanding is that if we were ever to do something like that, there would be a series of community meetings around it.
There would have to be under Act 33 meetings, yes.
Thank you.
Of course. Not one person in this administration, in this board, in the recovery committee, anywhere, is happy about the children having to go out of Northeast. We are not happy that this has happened, but I think that you would be justifiably livid with this board and this administration if we did not take this question seriously, if we did not do, maybe it will prove in a month that it's too much, but we are acting only to try and get your children safe. I'm sorry, can I finish? All I'm saying is, please don't think we're not cognizant of what the disruption is to the kids. We don't want the kids to have to go through this, but we would be negligent if we didn't take this with the gravity that is merited. not one of us would put any child of our own or of yours at risk, and really that's what we're trying to avoid.
Thank you. Judy Lasky.
Good evening, my name is Judy Lasky. I have an 8th grader at Northeast Intermediate. He is in autistic support. Not once were special needs kids talked about, what's going to happen to them. Change is hard enough for a regular education student. My concern is, where are they going to go? And I'm telling you, autistic support that my son has right now, I'm praying to God that my son stays in the class that he's in, because my son has a lot of medical issues, and I trust the teacher that he's with to take care of him. That weighs on me very heavily right now at this point. And with the lead, asbestos, my son has a DVA, which is a developmental venous anomaly on his brain. He has dilated blood vessels with an aneurysm. He has epilepsy. He's going through a lot of testing. He's got to have surgeries. He was on life support back in March of 2019. What is this going to do to my son? All this, like, he's in school when he can't be there. He's been there for 3 years. My daughter went to Northeast when they were building the new medical school behind, and she even told me, like, Mom, like, the ceilings were falling down back then. And I'm talking, this is over 20 years ago. And my daughter, when she was in kindergarten, preschool, she was diagnosed with lead poisoning back then, and I have that on record. I have that on record. Did she get it from the school that she was attending? Because I believe it was Bancroft. It was either Bancroft or Neil Armstrong. Like, this is serious stuff. And I understand you guys are all new and everything, and it's from past administrations. But when you're talking about this Guzik that's been there for 10 years ago, that's where the problem is. Ding, ding, ding. Like, we got a winner, you know. You have to go out somewhere else and see if you can get a second opinion or whatever. It's not that I want my son to go back into that school, because I'm terrified for him to go back in that school. My son has brain problems. I don't want, you know, if God forbid he drinks out of the water fountain, if he doesn't have his water bottle with him, say he forgets it or say he drinks it all. What's going to happen to him? Like, he's got enough problems. These kids that have autism and special needs, they have enough problems. And change is going to be detrimental to these kids. And I'm not even talking like little, I'm talking you're going to have major meltdowns. You're going to have kids that are banging their heads off the walls, literally. Like, you guys have, like, I don't know if anybody, I don't want to assume, but if anybody doesn't have any autistic children or special needs children, I have 4. I have 4 boys with autism. So I know where I'm coming from here. This is not going to be an easy move for them. And I'm worried about them, not that I'm not worried about the other children, it's going to be hard enough on them, but where are these kids all going to go? And they have to, I believe they have to stay, if I can just finish this up, I believe they have to stay with the teachers and the paraprofessionals that they are with right now, because it's going to be bad enough moving them from one school to another, and God forbid, to another. Like, these kids do not do well with change.
Sure. Mrs. Lasky, thank you. I think you raised some very valid concerns and points here. And Mrs. Baddick, are you available to address how these student needs will be met? As I'm sure you're spot on.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Sharon Baddick. I'm the Director of Special Education for the District and Student Services. And I know this is difficult for you all. I have children of my own, although they don't reside in Scranton. I've dealt with this issue in other districts, and I know how much my children mean to me and how much your children mean to me, particularly the students with special needs. So I want you all to know that I'm advocating every day with Central Administration, everyone, especially Mrs. McTiernan and Dr. Finan, and your children are of utmost importance to us. And we are aware that your kids have special needs. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I know. So we will do everything that we can do to keep your children as stable as possible and consistency and continuity in their care and programming. We recognize the need to do that, especially for children who have special needs like autism, emotional support, life skills, multiple disabilities, all the kids that have learning disabilities. None of that is being minimized or trivialized. We understand and we're working very hard together as a team to do the best that we can do under very dire circumstances. None of us want your kids to be out of school. We all want them to return to school as quickly as possible. I don't know the fate of Northeast Intermediate. I was not here when this whole mess started. Neither was anybody up there. We're doing the best that we can with what we have. And it is difficult, I know, but I do think that you guys have to trust us a little bit, and I agree there needs to be more transparency, but I do think that this board and this administration is trying very hard to give you that. So I can speak directly to the parents of the students with special needs. We are definitely doing everything we can do to keep those kids as stable as possible with their teachers, where they're familiar, and disrupt them as little as possible. All provisions that would be needed will absolutely be in place. So transportation, PCAs, programming, all that stuff will be taken care of. They're protected. They're federally protected, and they will remain federally protected, and Scranton will honor its obligation to protect them.
Thank you.
He just been out since Wednesday, and he just wants to get back with his friends, like he was, he's out enough. You know, and when he goes back, he kind of does get back to school, and this happens. You know, he's been going for surgeries and stuff, and he's been starting to chop and everything, so just like watch TV.
Thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate you making those steps, and Dr. Dowd, thank you for your compassion, and I think it's wonderful that our students have you. Thank you. Amy Sandrowitz. Pardon me, may I ask you to pause for one moment?
I just want to say quickly, before anybody else leaves, a lot of talk went on about Willard today and classrooms being displaced, and I wasn't aware of that either, and I don't know if fellow board members were, but I was just speaking with Superintendent McTiernan, and in an effort to be transparent, we do want to get those answers. So if anybody has questions regarding what went on at Willard, you can email, and we can get you those answers. I know Mrs. Martinelli was asking, who did the walkthrough? That's a great question. So we do need to answer those questions. So if you want to send those to me in an email or to Superintendent McTiernan, we can get you those answers.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Sandrowitz. I'm a city homeowner. I'm a 1995 graduate of the original Scranton High School, and I'm an 8th grade teacher at Northeast Intermediate School for the past 18 years. I think it's safe to say I've spent half of my life at 721 Adams Avenue. I am deeply saddened and angry about the fate of Northeast and its direct impact on all middle school students in the district. For the past 2.5 years, middle school students and their teachers have taken hit after hit from the district. We have had our schedules changed, resulting in the loss of a variety of related arts classes, including but not limited to library and music classes. Our students no longer have 2 related arts classes a day, but instead have just 1. Class periods have gone from 46 minutes to 56 minutes, so middle school teachers essentially teach a longer day every day in regards to our elementary and our high school counterparts. And now you will close Northeast and split our 900 students and teachers into South and West Intermediate, resulting in not only overcrowded buildings, but also what will surely be mass confusion in the middle of the school year. Might I add, 2 months before PSSA testing. I moderate the Panther Press at Northeast, which is our school's newspaper. I have a staff of 33 amazing 8th grade students who will now be in 2 different buildings. How will this club, which helps foster a love of writing and allows children to grow as writers, continue? Will you provide after-school activity buses for Northeast students who are involved in clubs such as yearbook, art, student council, honor society, etc.? We are so proud of our Lady Panthers basketball team, who were champions. champions of the Fall League this year, and we will continue to cheer our boys basketball team, which plays its home games at South and Scranton High. But how will the 7th and 8th grade boys who attend West Intermediate get to after-school practices? Will you provide transportation for them, for our cheerleaders, and our junior high wrestling team, which can no longer train in the wrestling room at Northeast? According to Phil, spring is right around the corner. How will you address spring sports? Northeast junior high baseball and softball teams will have players in both South and West Intermediate. Will you provide transportation to a shared location for their practices? I love my job. I love my students. I love my coworkers, and I love Northeast Intermediate School. I know that we will adapt to this enormous change because we've done it before. We always do. But I surely hope you continue to make plans and find ways to ensure that all of the middle school students in the Scranton School District don't take any more hits. Find ways to transport Northeast kids so they can continue to participate in the clubs and the teams they worked so incredibly hard to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mrs. McTiernan, I would imagine that clubs will be addressed as part of the plans that are being developed.
We will have to do whatever we need
Yeah.
to do to make
Yeah.
sure the kids get to practice and games, yes.
Thank you very much. Chris Hughes?
Good evening. My name is Chris Hughes. I'm a lifelong resident of Scranton, a 2002 graduate of West Scranton High School, and my wife and I are raising 2 children in the district. One is a graduate of Willard Elementary, currently a sophomore at West Scranton High School, and the other is in his 5th grade class at Willard Elementary. I believe his classroom may have been one of the classrooms that was impacted today, but the information on that so far has been largely unclear. I actually take pity on this panel, so my comments this evening are going to be largely directed to your predecessors, the administrators, the officials, and the school board members that came here year after year and chose to do nothing. I hope this message reaches those folks in whatever hole they've decided to crawl into, and that they never come back out of it. Believe it or not, I came here tonight to say thank you to those officials. Because for the last 35 years, I've been led to believe that Scranton is the kind of place where if you worked hard enough, studied hard enough, and lucked out just a little bit, you can make it here. I had a great upbringing here thanks to my parents. They led me to believe I could raise a family here, where they could be safe, and they could be decently educated in a safe environment. I now know that I've been kidding myself for the last 35 years, so thank you to the past members of this board and administration for clarifying that for me. Much like the fact that there are 2 sides to every story, there are 2 sides to this city, but unfortunately, people in power here have proven time and again that those 2 sides are bait and switch. Lie and cheat, deny and deceive, overpromise and underdeliver, and keep the people dumb and uninformed so you can keep the people down. I have about 1,000 questions, and I've only gotten more since I've sat here for the last 2 hours. But to the past employees and school board members who put themselves on a self-righteous pedestal year after year and election after election, I only got one question. How dare you? How dare you put our most vulnerable citizens in a position where we trusted them to be educated and you let them potentially be poisoned? How you can sleep with yourselves at night or look at your faces in the mirror when you wake up in the morning is beyond me. We tell our children that monsters are not real, but they are. And for the last several decades, they have sought positions of power in the Scranton School District. One class action criminal negligence lawsuit could bring this entire district to its knees. And it's not your fault, it's the people that came before you. I'm not smart enough to do it. I'm sure somebody out there is, and I hope that they name folks like the former superintendent and business manager and building manager and former school board members who had the opportunity to do something. I hope they name them as co-defendants. All of the elementary schools and secondary schools, according to the EPA, were required by the Asbestos Hazard Emergency Response Act of 1990 to inspect for asbestos, develop a management plan, and implement the plan. In 1990, I was 6 years old, and I was in kindergarten at Lincoln Jackson Elementary School. What took you so long? The water crisis in Flint, Michigan began in 2014, and your predecessors paraded themselves before the television cameras in June of 2016 to tell us, we know there's a problem, we know where it is, and we're gonna fix it. It's 4 years later. What took you so long? The city of Scranton has been a city for more than 150 years. And when I look at all of the terrible things that people in power have done to this town, I think maybe that's long enough. We have had corrupt politicians represent us at basically every level of government. And what does it say about us when we elect them year after year? But it takes a real group, again, your predecessors, not you folks here. It takes a group of really degenerate, immoral scumbags to turn a blind eye when they know that kids can be poisoned at school. When the history books write their final words about Scranton, Pennsylvania, they're gonna say the lights have gone out in the electric city. What took them so long?
Good evening. School board members, superintendent, administrators, teachers, parents, but most particularly students. My name is Kathleen Walsh McIntyre. I am a taxpayer for over 46 years. I'm a former teacher of Scranton, retired, 30 years of service. I'm a graduate of the Scranton schools, and my 3 children attended the Scranton schools. My concern here is the children. I wonder about my children. My children, all 3, went from preschool through 5th grade at Robert Morris. They received an incredible education throughout their whole year in Scranton. I am so thrilled with that, particularly the fact that they began with preschool, and they were so successful in that program. My children then went later on to what was then called Scranton High School, which is now the Northeast Intermediate, and attended high school there. My older children were exposed to the dangers of lead and asbestos for 10 years. My younger daughter has taught at Northeast for over 12 years, so she's had 22 years of exposure to both lead and asbestos. She's in a room that was designated as level 2. Are my children in danger? Should they be tested? Do they need to have chest x-rays or blood work with all that exposure? That is a big concern to me, and I imagine all parents in this room today. The children did nothing wrong. Their health has been endangered, and now I'm concerned that the students at Northeast Intermediate are losing their school. School for intermediate school students is a very important place. They develop ties, it becomes like a family. They're comfortable there, they're safe there. They tell their teachers things, sometimes things that involve abuse in the home. That atmosphere, that family is developed over years and years. Now it's being taken away. I was part of Central High School when it closed. I was a faculty member at Scranton Intermediate School when it closed. We were told then that North Scranton had to close because of safety reasons, and no one can argue for safety reasons. So we closed. They wanted to close East Scranton Intermediate School at the time, but the parents, the community, the University of Scranton, the synagogues and churches put forth such an appeal to keep it open that they were at wit's end. And then North Scranton conveniently had a safety issue and we closed. I've been privy to the reports from the mine subsidence agency that did the report. There was no mine damage at North Scranton Intermediate School. North Intermediate School was closed because it was convenient at that time to close it. There are now, it now houses many, many elderly people and a beautiful theater where performances are put forth. And no mine work was ever done there. So my concern is, I know that at this point in time that you are not lying when you say that there's a concern at Northeast for asbestos and lead. My concern is that you will use that as a convenient, easy way to close the school. Because I know you want to or need to close schools for financial reasons, but if you can call it safety, no one can argue with you. Just like no one argued when you closed North Scranton, not you personally. And I apologize because I believe none of you were present when that occurred. But when North Scranton Intermediate School was closed. And so I ask you, do your due diligence. Please look into all available aid to the state. Please remember that students are not like adults. They don't move from place to place easily. Not like when you're in the workforce in the office and you change to another office, or you're a soldier on the field and you go to another battle. Kids have a very hard time and they don't reconnect easily. So please, do all you can to keep our kids safe, but to keep North Scranton, our intermediate school, open. Thank you.
Tiffany Ordonez.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Ordonez. I've never spoken into a microphone before. I'm here because I promised my son I would speak for him. My basic number one concern right now is, other than him not being at Northeast, is there anything in your immediate plans that you're coming up with for emotional support, autistic support, and special needs kids, as the other woman spoke about? All the kids are going to have to make a difficult adjustment. This is a very fragile age group in general, but my son is having an extremely tough time even talking about it. He's scared of having daily panic attacks again. I'm scared of having the school call me, the school nurse and the school itself call me because of issues that he was having. Literally took him all last year to adjust. He's in 7th grade now at Northeast, and it took him all of his 6th grade year just to adjust to Northeast. Now he's finally adjusted, and he loves his teachers, and he loves his routine, and you know, everything else that goes with it. And I just want to know, will there be possibly extra social workers, therapists on hand provided to work with these kids who feel like it's the end of the world? Because that is how my son told me he felt, and this was yesterday. There needs to be some kind of extra help for them, or they'll certainly regress. They shouldn't have to deal with this, especially in the middle of the school year. This is just one of my many concerns I thought I'd bring up. Thank you.
Mrs. McTiernan, can you speak to that? Will there be emotional support in place for these students?
Yes, that's what Dr. Baddick was speaking of before. They're looking at all options and making sure that this difficult situation, we try to provide as smoothly as possible for these children, absolutely. And we will do everything that we can with the people that we have, even if we have to move some people around to make sure that we accommodate.
Mrs. McTiernan, I'm
Thank
not
you.
sure if Mrs. Baddick is still here, but you know,
other classrooms are in Northeast?
Current or total?
Autistic support.
Yeah. Three. There's three self-contained.
Thank you. Thank you. Mira Noldi.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Widener. Mariah signed up my name, but I guess she put her name. Okay. My name is Suzanne Widener. I'm a teacher at Northeast Intermediate School. And I've been there 8 years, and I've been in one of those old rooms on the 3rd floor. So I'm really concerned for many different reasons. And I've been trying to figure out this chart, okay? So I did ask, I got a little help from an enforcement officer today from the EPA. I was on the phone with him. And one thing, there was a little discrepancy, Ms. Virginia, that it says in the charts if things have been analyzed for asbestos, then they've been analyzed. It hasn't been assumed. So most of these have been analyzed at some point. I don't know if it was the original HERA inspection of '88 or whatever other times they've been analyzed. Now, the nice gentleman from the EPA, he told me to look up some information on the internet, and it had been addressed. Some people brought it up, the Asbestos Hazard Emergency Response Act. And I won't say everything because many things have been said, but in addition for the school, the nonprofit elementary or secondary school, to the management plan, also responsible are conducting training, inspections, sampling related asbestos, manage asbestos properly, and provide yearly notifications to parents, teachers, and employee organizations about the AMP and any asbestos-related activities. This gentleman asked me, did you receive anything in the parent-teacher information asbestos letter? Okay, no. All right, so I figured, and also it said, like, who is the designated person that's supposed to receive this? So these are all these things that obviously were not done, okay? So, and I have to believe that whoever that designated person was supposed to be couldn't have just put these somewhere because they're supposed to be available to everybody after 5 days of being submitted, all right? They're supposed to be given to the school office and the school administration office, okay? So that didn't happen, obviously. So it made me feel a little bit better that, you know, we have new people here to talk to about this, because if people were here who had known that there was possible or probable asbestos in my ceiling and never told us or the principal, and they let the plaster fall, make dust on the desks, on the windowsills, on my hands. I open the windows, my students open the windows, the fan is on, it's blowing in the wind. It's in the classroom, on the books, on the little stuffed animals I sometimes use for my ELD classes. It's everywhere. For 8 years, finally the damage that had been there was repaired a few times, and I thought, well, that's good, but then it would fall down again. So the roof has been fixed. It said in the chart that my wall damage has been poorly repaired. No data provided by the district. So before that was repaired, I have a low hazard on mine, well, kind of in the middle. What would it have been with all that plaster dust in my room? I would really like to know what is in my ceiling and what I have been potentially inhaling, and my students who have sometimes been in that room with me for 3 years, 2 periods a day. And I'm telling you, it was not just my room, but many rooms on that 3rd floor that went through this. So if I could I just had a suggestion, may I respectfully suggest you plan a community forum in which a panel of experts in any of the main areas, I know we have some experts today, but Guzak isn't here and I really wanted to talk to them. I did call him on Saturday, but he told me he wasn't supposed to talk to me. Including health, safety, right? If there can be people we can speak with about health and safety. My one brother's a doctor. He suggested I get a CAT CT scan and an X-ray. Okay, he's going to be talking to a pulmonary specialist where he works. He also has a friend who litigates in asbestos, who's a lawyer. But these are for people who, already have their illness. So I think maybe legal counsel might be helpful, just so that it would be ideal for the district stakeholders, our parents, our staff, everybody here, our students, have the opportunity to submit other questions. Now that we have more information, we can submit them to you in advance to allow any panelist to tailor their presentations to district concerns, and also that there be a question and answer period following, like today. I believe this type of format, if it's scheduled in a timely manner, and could go a long way in alleviating unnecessary anxieties and giving parents and students and staff some more transparent and accurate information. So I think we just have more questions that we should maybe send to you that we would need answered about this, obviously. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I think we can all agree that it is unfortunate that circumstances prevented Guzik from being here this evening. That goes without saying. And I'm certain that we can find ways to create forums to continue to bring information forward. You did bring up one point, though, that does concern me, that you spoke to someone at Guzik and you were told they weren't supposed to speak to you.
He said that it was a timely issue, that he wasn't supposed to speak to me now, and he insinuated that perhaps in the future he could. And I said, well, I'm really trying to get information about my room, because I'm really nervous, like, a lot of people. So, he said that it was a timing, and he did not talk to me about it, and he wasn't specific. He said he shouldn't have been talking to me. He was very polite on the phone, and I said, okay, I will obviously speak with the school, my principal, and find out what I can. And that's what he said.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I understand there may be standards they operate with that I am not aware of, but no one from this administration is prohibiting anyone from communicating with anyone here. Am I correct in saying that? I mean, if there was information...
I haven't had any contact with any of the...
No one is being permitted from...
So the answer is no. No one has directed anyone not to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Holly Mead?
Holly Mead, Northeast Intermediate. In 5 days, everything has changed. We've gone from a cohesive school with students, parents, and teachers working together to educate our kids to a broken mess. I've heard the plan, but did anybody consider our 8th grade class? They've had a student in their class pass away each year. 1 in 6th grade, 1 in 7th grade, 1 in 8th grade. They are the class that had library, chorus, advanced string, and gym twice a week in 6th grade, and the district furloughed teachers changed their schedule, they suffered again. Now, you're splitting this class in half, these 300 kids. Where is the compassion and kindness to this 8th grade Northeast class? They deserve it. We all know the monetary value of our building. We know that it will be sold off eventually. Just as Central was sold to Lackawanna College, North Junior High was sold due to mine subsidence, yet now miraculously it has the theater at North. We know our building has been slated to close according to the recovery plan. But please don't do it under the guise of it being unhealthy for the children and staff. You had your own maintenance staff covering encapsulated asbestos at South today, not wearing protective clothing or even gloves. Northeast had 136 areas of concern. Ironically, South, the building you're moving 400 kids into, also had 136 areas of concern. If you want to sell the building, do it in June. Give our kids a chance to say goodbye. Instead, you've not only disrupted our Northeast students, you've disrupted every middle school student in the Scranton School District. Please stand up if you've ever gone to or worked at Northeast Intermediate. Please stand up. This is not some deep, dark secret that these students and teachers have been hiding. As teachers, we've complained about debris falling from our ceilings since 2011. At least that's how far my email records go. This is about neglect. Somebody needs to contact Child Services on previous administration for neglecting the health and welfare of these kids and these teachers. We are contracted by law to report abuse. Why didn't our previous administrators take action? If this isn't blatant example of neglect, then I don't know what is. Look at these people. These are the people that love their students. Mrs. Ordonez's son, I spent day after day in the hallway calming him down so that he could come to class. He's all good this year because of the care and kindness of our staff. We love that kid. And we love North Scranton. With your plan tonight, what they have taken years to create is all gone. That will be this board's legacy. You are the board that is going to close Northeast in the middle of the year under the guise of asbestos. Shame on you. My students and their families deserve better, and this Northeast family should not be sold out. Please reconsider your decision and let us finish our year at Northeast. It's not too late. My last comment is, it's really suspicious that Guzik is not here. We could have got them on the phone, just like we get board members on the phone. And our building is the only one that didn't pass air quality. Don't you find that convenient? The only one tested by Guzik, not by your other person. Thank you.
Lindsay Stevens.
Ms. Martin, I did receive a text that Lindsay had her questions answered, and she's not.
Very good. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Stephen Knight.
Stephen Knight. I'm just a regular dad. Don't really have any agenda, and I agree with most of the people that have already talked, even the guy who talked about poop. I just wanted to ask, I heard some mention of using West Intermediate and South as a resource to send the kids there. Is that correct? Did you guys mention that?
That was mentioned, yes.
Yeah. I was looking at the reports, and there's actually a lot of asbestos and lead in those buildings as well. If you read the reports, it says that the HERE number in a lot of those rooms are 4, 5, and 6. Did you guys see that? You did see that. So the kids are still going there, right?
Yes, those schools are still open, yes.
Okay, I think I must be missing something, because, and now we're gonna send more kids there. Is that the goal? That's the plan? I mean, I'm just honestly just asking the questions because I don't see the sense.
Mr. Doherty, can we touch again on the rankings, for lack of a better phrase, or maybe Mr. Jimmy?
For West and South, I'm talking about.
With the 1 through 7 scale this gentleman is referencing, can you explain how that works? You're talking about 4, 5s, and 6s, and not to split hairs, I just want to understand the process.
There's a removal priority scale. It's scaled on a 1 to 7. 1 being the most critical, 7 being the least critical.
And so what's at West and South? Can you tell me that?
Off the top of my head, I cannot. I mean, South's list
look at
is
it.
extensive. And
I can show you the numbers here.
when we did the building walkthroughs with Adam and Guzik, the conditions as compared to Northeast are far better at South and at West Intermediate than they are at Northeast.
Well, just because it's better doesn't mean it's okay. I mean, if I had to throw one kid in a pool of acid and one in a pit of gorillas, I wouldn't, pick the gorillas just because the one going in acid is going fast,
Again, Mr. Knight, when they tell us, yes, you're clear to have kids in the building, I don't have the level of expertise to say, no, we can't do that.
Look, no offense, but I don't think you need a level of expertise. They made it very easy for you, saying that it's 1 through 7. If it's close to 7, it's bad, right? So I apologize. There's all 2s on the whole page of 1. So, and this is West Intermediate. The medical suite, 2. Medical suite treatment room, 2. I mean, this is where they're supposed to go to get healthy. And we're sending them into more asbestos. I mean, honest to God, this is off the cuff. You can ask my daughter up there. She's looking at her phone. Look at her, McKenna. Shit, I did no preparation for this whatsoever. Okay. Anyway, this is a HERA. This is a federal law. Is that correct? Legal up there. Yes. Is whoever failed to meet this legal requirement, are they going to be prosecuted
That is.
federally?
That is not a matter at our discretion, am I correct?
It's not a matter of
At our discretion, that's not up to us.
Okay. So is there anybody working with the EPA, like she said, or the federal government?
That is something that we discussed earlier, perhaps bringing in, having that be a step of this process, that we would continue to pursue opinions through the EPA and the DEP.
Okay. I mean, if I run through a stoplight, I get a ticket, so whoever violates a federal crime and puts all these kids at risk needs to be held accountable at that same level that they violate. So I hope that's done. So I hope next time you guys become experts in this report and you can answer what these numbers are and you don't have to keep pointing to the guy. If this was a financial problem, you all would have taken the time to figure this out. Just because it's an environmental problem doesn't give you the right to just write it off. You have to understand this. We put you guys in the position to make these decisions. And I think this is a big enough problem. If I can sit here and figure it out in 5 minutes, you guys can figure it out pretty quickly too. Okay? All right. That's all I got to say.
Caroline Cobley.
My name is Caroline Cobley. I'm an 8th grader at Northeast Intermediate. I'm a member of the girls basketball team, the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper, and also the vice president of the 8th grade, as well as a softball player and a member of the Junior Honor Society. I am frustrated that I have not been in school for the past 5 days. I love Northeast. We are a community who has stuck together through multiple losses in our school, including classmates, teachers, and some of our favorite classes. I'm upset that there was never a backup plan for a situation like this, and that there was very little communication this week. Us students at Northeast have lost enough, and you should do whatever it takes to stabilize our school so we can get back into the building as soon as possible. Not disrupting our education is the least you can do.
Caroline, thank you very much. You're obviously an accomplished young woman, great group of friends behind you there. And you raise a very good point that I've been thinking about a lot today. We obviously need to react to this crisis right now. We need to deal with the immediate issues on our plates, but we absolutely need to look to making a plan, because at any point, something could happen to a building. There could be a fire in the middle of the night, there could be flood damage, and I completely agree with you. We need to get through the immediate crisis, but we do need to have plans in place should we ever face a situation like this. So, thank you. It was on my list of notes, and I appreciate you bringing it up to the forefront. So, thank you very much.
Rosemary Rowland.
I have one sheet of paper and I just dropped it. I had a note sent to me while I was sitting back there, directors, and the note said, don't forget to mention mold. So we have the trinity here. Lest we forget, we have mold in our buildings, we have asbestos in our buildings, and now we have lead. Everybody seems to think this is a brand new occurrence, and it's, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? This isn't new. None of it is new. Western Immediate has had issues, medical issues, that I could fill this auditorium if I put out a call tomorrow with members of my union who have been ill because they taught in that school. You've lost 2 building principals who taught in that school. So this is not something new. I think the new part is it has become a huge issue this past 5 days. Probably because people are free to speak out and they're extremely concerned about their health, the health of their students. Parents are concerned, and rightfully so. I think probably the part of this discussion tonight that has most impacted me, sitting in the audience, is the lack of communication that we've had this last week. I'm not faulting anybody, but that's a mistake. I think the bigger mistake is that no one bothered to say, let's get some folks from the community together. No one contacted me to say, Rosemary, give us some teachers' names, you can sit down with us and work this through. I'm sure nobody from the 32BJ union was contacted to sit down, or perhaps the people from the 93s were, I don't know that. But I know I was not. We have a lot of expertise in this outfit, and none of that got used this past 5 days. Tomorrow, I have coming to my office industrial hygienists from New York and New Jersey and Philadelphia. That's not going to cost the Scranton School District a dime. We had talked about this better than 2 weeks ago, that we would bring people in to help out in this situation, and it wouldn't cost this district any money. Because yes, I agree with everyone who has spoken with you tonight, you do need another set of eyes. And I do think when somebody is employed by you, the board, under contract for better than 10 years, when you say you're having a meeting in this room or any room, you say to them, get to that meeting or pick up your check and don't come back. There is no valid excuse for that firm not being here tonight. This is a serious time in people's minds. People are upset, they're worried, and rightfully so, and that company should be here. I have been in the schools umpteen times. I was just at West Scranton last week. I can't tell you what I saw, but I will show you. And it won't be fun. I can show you Willard. You won't like it. You won't like it at all. You're not supposed to like it. Do you know how many phone calls, how many texts, how many emails I have received from Willard School over the last 5 years? I don't even know the number. I can't count that number. Do you know how many times I've listened to people talk to me? Just last week, when North was closing because of this issue, Northeast, I got a call from a retired teacher and said, Rosemary, you know, that's my cancer. Dr. Slocum had that cancer. This isn't new. It is not new. In 2016, it was not new. In 2018, it was not new. And it's not new now. Papers have been filed in desk drawers, never to see the light of day. I've witnessed that. I was at the meeting at Immaculate Conception Hall when they were closing Prescott down for a while, and the principal at Prescott, they said, oh, he knew about it. Well, that principal jumped up and said, oh no, you're not saying I had anything to do with this. Really? This is not new. Why is this happening again? You're right. We can't keep looking to the back. But I'm a history person, and I know we should learn from our mistakes. But we haven't. And so now here we are yet again. Do you know there's a member of my union in this room right this minute who addressed the Scranton School Board 2 years ago about asbestos in his classroom? He said at his former school district, they had to have a letter sent home, just as you heard earlier tonight. In that 2-year time frame, no letter went home from our district to our families. I was in that classroom of his the other day. I will share that with you later. You won't like it. But we're not going to say and wring our hands. What I've come here to say to you is, once again, we're willing to cooperate with you in moving this thing forward and getting this all squared away. The hygienist coming in to talk to me tomorrow, it won't be a secret. I will let you know what their opinions are, and I'm asking you to let me go into the schools with them. They know what they're doing, and I will trust in what they tell me. You need to be able to say that to yourselves. Do you trust the information you're getting? I would certainly suggest you get into the schools and look for yourselves. Find out what the people in this room have been telling you all night. Trust that they're telling you the truth, because it can be proven what they're saying to you. And yes, I agree with several of the people. Some of the data included in the reports need to be looked at carefully and analyzed. Does everybody know how to do that? No. No. Most people don't have that kind of background knowledge. I know that. But if I say to you, this board, do you want to know how many right-to-knows the Scranton Federation of Teachers has requested on air quality? And they all come back saying everything is good. You heard something tonight to explain that. I bet you don't even know you heard it. They said after they went in and cleaned it up, they took the air quality test and everything came back clean. Wrong. Wrong. Air quality. Clean. Then air quality. You should expect a good test after you remediate the problem. That's not the correct protocol, and they know it. Everybody should know that. First, test, then remediate, then test again. And while you're at it, take a look at the sinks and toilets in the Scranton School District. That might gross you out for sure. And I'm not talking about excrement here. So, we're offering our help, we're offering our cooperation, but we're not a group of dunces in this room, as you figured out, I hope by now. I don't think you're fooling anybody. I don't think anybody's fooling everybody, and I don't know that that's the goal. I think the goal is to get this thing fixed, get the ship righted, and let's get the kids educated. We can't do that if we keep masking things up. I don't agree with that. So you have now heard the light of day from all of my members over at Northeast, who will soon be transported to parts unknown. This may be permanent, we don't know that. But I would strongly suggest that you make yourselves available. Talk to my members. They will talk to you because they don't fear losing their jobs. They're not afraid. And I would also recommend you go into the schools and talk to them. See what's going on in the buildings. You might be surprised. I know you will be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Britt Vannell.
Good evening. My name is Britt Vannell, and I'm an 8th grade student at South Scranton Intermediate. I'm attending tonight for fulfillment of a Scouts BSA requirement for my citizenship and the community merit badge, but I'm more so here on behalf of my fellow students. More specifically on the changes of location from Northeast to West and South Intermediate due to asbestos issues as far as we've been informed. I'm here today on behalf of my peers. From rumors we have heard, the students from Northeast are being moved to both South and West Scranton Intermediate. This is about all we know. Very brief and leaving us very uninformed. I understand that there is not much the district can do, having to move students from one building to another, and I fully agree with continued education no matter the circumstances. However, we are currently highly uninformed on such an important matter for all students involved. This is a major change in situation. This affects everyone. It affects the students who are being moved to a whole new environment, a place where they don't know where their classroom is, a place where they will have to learn a new locker code and building layout, and much more. Teachers, who will have to be expected to create a whole new lesson plan without the materials that are needed within a matter of days. And yet we are uninformed, leaving a certain uneasy feeling for not only the teachers and staff, but more so the students who are directly affected. Not only are they being moved, but friend groups are being broken in the move, and they are not sure of what comes ahead. I would like to make some suggestions from the perspective of a student. Keep everyone informed. Inform the students, parents, and staff of what is happening and your plans, and inform them as soon as you can. Give answers, and if you don't know, then be honest. At least give people something, and allow people to give suggestions. Secondly, give the staff time to sort out all they need to do to get settled. And I ask the decisions that are made are thought of. What happens with books and belongings that are still in students' lockers in a school they cannot enter due to asbestos issues? What happens with the daily activities of the buildings taking in 400 students? What happens to the teachers who now have to make lesson plans without the materials they would have access to at their home school? These are all things that have been overlooked and we have not been informed of. After talking to my own gifted teacher during class today, she's been left uninformed and has to reschedule multiple groups of students for their necessary classes without the necessary resources. My music teacher found out at 1 o'clock today that she was being moved to a whole different classroom without question, with all of the instruments and required materials, no notice or further information given. I'm here to voice my concern for my peers, teachers, and administration, and everyone involved. All of the information we have been given has been through the news, saying the closure may be indefinite and not giving any further information. We have not been formally told via announcements, an assembly, a letter, or anything of the sort of the situation at hand, and it has all just been rumor until now. I understand that this is hard for everyone, especially for the administration, but it is even harder for the students and teachers directly involved. I thank you for all the work that you do and you are currently doing, and I hope the best decisions are made.
Kevin Case. I apologize. I did get that, slipped my mind. That I think Mrs. McTiernan can attest to the fact that that was one of the first questions I asked her that did come to mind. And that is not a question we can answer at this time. Am I correct? What happens to the students' belongings and the things that are...
Yeah, and it's my understanding, and Mr. Doherty will be able to answer this better, to be honest. I don't think there will be enough lockers, because I don't believe there is enough lockers at West. Oh, yes, I apologize. At this time, I can't give you any more information on that because they will not allow us in the building. But, so I don't have that information for you.
But it is something that is being considered. It's on everybody's minds.
Yes, we have asked, and at this time, they said no one is allowed in the building.
Thank you. Mr. Case.
Thank you, Madam President, Board, members of the Scranton School District community. I want to back up and encourage you to involve parents and teachers in the discussions going forward to provide that level of transparency so that we, more eyes, the more eyes the better, I think, to establish trust here in this community. I also want to encourage you to reconsider any of those closing or elimination of our preschool programs that are currently in place for all the reasons that were stated. I also want to thank Mr. Barrett for some really good questions here tonight that many of them I won't repeat, but I'm sure you have the minutes to refer to. All of those were great questions to consider and look at the answers before making any decision. I've been a resident 67, I'm in my 68th year here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and noticed a lot of things over the years. I noticed Scranton Central being deemed structurally unsound by a former school board, and then Lackawanna come in and put a few $1 million into it, and it's like a Taj Mahal over there now. It's a beautiful building, which will probably stand 100 years past this building that we paid, I don't know, initially $51 million for. It went higher since then. Our old buildings, these problems can be fixed. We don't have to close them, and we don't have to sell them. North didn't have to be sold, Scranton Central didn't have to be sold. We can fix them. There are ways to fix them. I encourage you to, take up the offer that Randy Weingarten offered here for environmental specialists. Rosemary offered another pair of eyes. Guzik is a Clark Summit firm. What could be more important out of town right now? I'd love to hear. Maybe it'll make national news. They're off figuring out some emergency that's more important than this. I don't know. They were hired originally under a time when there was no big contracts going on all the time. We need somebody who is untainted or, who we don't suspect. A teacher, Rosemary also mentioned a teacher that had reported, it was September 10th of 2018, to this board, concerns about asbestos in the room. That's going to be addressed at another time, but I want you to know that that teacher asked for the report, never received it. It's coming up on 2 years now. We never received the report. We're wondering why that report was never offered. And there's another issue that's related to that, and I won't go into now, probably better off going into it at another time. So I think that's, the second last board meeting, after the second last board meeting, which I didn't attend, there was a quote in the Scranton Times. The quote was our recovery officer saying that the Scranton School District is overstaffed with teachers and our buildings are underutilized. That sounds like, I don't know the intent of the statement, but it sounds like, we need to utilize them by closing one school that's got problems and put them into another school that has problems. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. Why not just fix the problems instead of closing schools and bringing about a situation where more busing needs to take place? We're already paying two auditor generals telling us 3 to 5 times the state allowance. We're already paying that. So maybe that money, instead of going to transporting kids, could be put into fixing the building to make them safe for all our students.
If I may, of course. I think Mr. Hayes and I had this discussion already, but I'd like to repeat it. For those of you who attended some of the advisory committee meetings and the building advisory committee meetings, a gentleman by the name, an expert by the name of Bob Schock, presented to us a study of our buildings and our busing. And in the recovery plan, as you know, there's a whole chapter on facilities, facility usage. In his discussion and in the mapping that he provided, he showed us that if consolidation had occurred with our elementary schools, there would be a savings of 24 teachers. He also talked about the study of the demographics of where students currently live and was looking at how best to transport them using our TransFinder software to the most expeditious and effective manner. That's where the quote came from. It was said that evening. You and I had that discussion before, but I just wanted to repeat it again.
Okay, so I just, the PDE website, Department of Education website, states that the average student-to-teacher ratio is 12 to 1. The Scranton, on your website, says that the student-teacher ratio here is 12 to 1. We are average. We are not overstaffed with teachers. We're the average school district. The transportation issue is, it's been something that's been going on for quite a while. But we heard that the software was going to help consolidate and things would be, the transportation expenditures would be lessened. And what we heard in the last budget was that you're budgeting a 6% increase for transportation, which seems rather odd since the contract only calls for 2.5% or 3% increases per year.
Well, the study hasn't been completed with the software because we are actually finishing that. In fact, there were 500, I believe, names that didn't have accurate addresses. That was just completed. There were 44 names with the wrong addresses or addresses in the Dunmore zip code area. That has been just verified and identified. And so the use of that software has not been completed as of this time.
Okay, well, when I heard the budget numbers, the 6% increase, I asked a board member as we were exiting that meeting, and that board member said, well, I guess it didn't work out.
No, it hasn't been implemented yet.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your, of course.
January 12th, this was in Scranton Times. Some schools need more capital improvements than others. Some schools could be deemed more valuable for prospective buyers, including Northeast Intermediate, Finan said. A plan could include going from 3 to schools to 2. I think that's what George was referencing earlier, and so I was wondering if Dr. Finan could speak to that.
I can address that. It's in the plan. All of your schools are under investigation for potential shuttering.
But why Northeast called out specifically?
All of your schools, okay? Including South, we've looked at everyone. Many of these board members have toured some of those buildings. Many buildings in the Scranton School District need millions of dollars of repairs. We're not talking about that here tonight. We're talking about the immediate issues of lead and asbestos. That was not identified in my recovery plan because no one shared that information with me or my predecessors, the team that I currently work with, who were in the district 3 years prior to my getting here. That information was never shared. Was it asked? Yes, I asked. Had that information been given, that facilities chapter probably would have read differently. Now we have that information. It's another factor to weigh in the decision of where we move forward in this district.
Understood. I think it's just probably the reason that a lot of red flags are being raised for the parents and the staff at Northeast. It seems convenient. It seems a little coincidental. And so, and like I think Mr. Barrett had made that point, I'm wondering if the board will consider having a different firm come in and test the air at Northeast Scranton and not rely on Guzik Associates, being that their relationship was established with a corrupt board and a corrupt administration.
Just address one other point. There is no doubt, there is not an educator in this room that would ever think moving children in the middle of the year is an appropriate thing to do. So at no point would anyone wish to move children unless we were told they can't return. We can't even go in and retrieve the personal items in that building. So in all fairness, I've heard the word conspiracy. I've heard this is a conspiracy and we're going to close the buildings and it's just an excuse. None of that is true. Absolutely none of that is true. The fact that asbestos testing has turned out what we see, we have to address the health, safety, and welfare of students. If a test comes back and says you cannot put children in that school, there's not one board member nor administrator that would ever put children in a school with that, nor would our legal department allow us. So the truth is, there is no conspiracy. The facts are speaking for themselves. Because we're using a firm to clean them, and tell me it's a HEPA vacuum, and it's being cleaned by a firm that we've hired, a hazardous chemical firm to clean it.
I'm just wondering, is it Guzik Associates that said don't go in the building, or is it the EPA, or is it someone else saying don't go in the building? If it's Guzik, I'm asking, can we have a different firm do a second opinion? You know, if somebody tells me, Michelle, your right arm's going to fall off, I'm going to go for a second opinion before I make a decision. I'm just wondering if that protocol was followed.
I believe I could step in. The board would have to make a decision on if that's something of how they want to move forward.
Yeah, I certainly think that's something that we can discuss and that would be the Mr. Rowdy, it would be appropriate to bring this up under new business to have the discussion, am I correct?
Absolutely. Okay. New business we're talking about this evening.
Thank you. At this time, I will accept a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Excuse me. Can I just say a few words? I wasn't here in the beginning. I did not know how to get on for public comment. May I just say a few things?
Sure. Just to clarify, is there anyone else in the room who would? Okay. Those two people, but then we will move on with public comment. Thank you.
Hi, Linda Jablonski. I have all my children in the Scranton School District. My oldest son graduated from Northeast 2 years ago, and my son is an 8th grader now. So obviously I have a lot of concerns about their safety, and I'm not going to want to do anything to, put them in further, danger. However, I do have concerns as far as, it may sound trivial, but, their personal effects, for him, it's not a coat. It's not something minor like this. This is every single note that he has ever had since the beginning of school. If he is to continue with his education for the rest of the year, he needs those things. And I understand we can't get into the building now. However, there are things that he's very concerned about. His PSSAs, his keystones. He's an honor roll student. His education is very important to him, and his stuff that leads to his good education is all there in the building. And I get that he's may be able to get them, may not. But that's the importance I see of this building. It's not just a place for them to go every day and spend time. They're getting their education. They have put their time into this building for the last 2.5 years. And they intended to graduate from them. They're going to be separated to 2 different schools. That's my understanding. Are they still Northeast students? Will they graduate as Northeast students together in a ceremony that they deserve with their honor society and every single one of their peers that they went to school with for 2.5 years?
I can answer that. We just had that discussion today, and yes, they would still be considered Northeast, and yes, they would still have the Northeast sports teams, and they would graduate, and the clubs would be Northeast. So yes, we just discussed that today, and yes, to answer you, yes.
No matter where we go, we still wear our Panther gear?
Sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. There you go.
That was the easiest question I had all night.
Thank you. Phyllis?
Well, we've heard a lot of negative stuff, so I'm hoping that I have something a little bit positive and something that we can all do to better the situation here in our school district. I am Phyllis Reinhardt, and I live in the Hill section. And our school board, some of our members, came to our last meeting, and Ms. Gilmartin told us that they were planning a bus trip to Harrisburg, and I assume that this might be what the Advocacy Day is, to meet with the legislators, and she was inviting members, people from Scranton to go with her because we know in numbers we get legislators to listen to us. Well, and at the end of that meeting, I asked her what we, the members of the Hill Association, could do to help her better manage the school district with the administration. And after the meeting, I spoke with Ro Hume, and I said, I have a great idea. How about we start with letters from members of our Hill Homeowners Association, Hill Association, to the education chair and the minority chair of both the House and the Senate. So we agreed that we would meet, and then all hell broke loose, and we never got to have our luncheon. But in the meantime, I did write a draft of a letter that every individual here could sign and send to their chair of the Education Committee in Harrisburg. And then after I got off the phone when she informed me that we wouldn't be speaking, I thought, jeepers, we have PTA associations in every one of our schools. How about the president write these chair people a letter, tell them how many students they have in their school, and I also wrote up a letter that they could use, modified, of course, to address the problems in their school. Well, the whole aim of it is we were told at that meeting that York School District gets $9,000 per student. And I think, since we are basically the same type of school district, I think we should be getting $9,000 per student in our district as well. So people, this is your opportunity to take a positive move, right? I've got samples. I would love to hand out letters to, and homeowner associations. I understand there's a couple of those too. So I drafted a letter that addresses the taxpayers' problem with these constant increases in our school taxes. So anybody who would like a copy, give me your email address and I'd be very happy to send you some. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Phyllis. Appreciate that. Now I will take a motion to approve the meeting minutes. November 20th, 2019, December 3rd, 2019, December 16th, 2019, December 23rd, 2019, 2 times, and January 2nd, 2020.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from those dates.
Roll call, on the question, pardon me. Roll call.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Do we have anything to pull from the consent agenda this evening?
Can I ask that B1 be pulled?
B1?
Yeah.
Anybody else? May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
On the question? Roll call?
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
We will now move to the non-consent items. Mrs. Yanni, you'll begin with B1.
To the members of the Board of Directors of the School District of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Budget and Finance Committee that the following resolution be considered. The list of bill payments in accordance with the bill payment approval policy be approved as per the attached. I move that orders be drawn upon the Treasury as follows. February 3rd, 2020, $886,941.60, respectfully submitted.
We have a second? You said that. On the question?
I believe I may have a personal connection to one of these issues, and in excess of caution, I will be abstaining from the vote.
Thank you.
Sorry, on the question, the extra legal piece that we have in our email, is that going to be connected to E1? Or is that going to be in addition to this bill list? I don't think E1. So it is included in E1?
Anybody else? On the question? Roll call?
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Abstain.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
7 affirmative, 1 abstention, motion passes.
Mrs. Yanni?
To the members of the Board of Directors of the School District of the City of Scranton, whereas the Scranton School Board of Directors has previously authorized by motion the solicitor to seek proposals for appraisal services when there is a reduction of current assessment by the Board of Assessment Appeals or a receipt of proposal to settle by an interested party in an amount greater than or equal to 15% of the current assessment. And whereas the solicitor has received appraisal proposals on the following properties. Taxpayer name, 345 Partners, parcel ID 14583020020, address 345 Wyoming Ave, appraiser of Valbridge Property Advisors for an appraisal cost of $4,500. Taxpaying name, Southside Station LLC, parcel ID numbers 15618030002, 15618030003, the address of 1108 to 1114 South Washington, and 121 East Locust Street. Again, the appraisers Valbridge Property Advisors for $4,000.
taxpayer name FNC Bank, parcel ID 15627020016, address of 419 to 421 Spruce Street. The appraiser is Valbridge Property Advisors for $4,500 appraisal cost. The North Washington Group LLC, parcel ID 15635020006, 116 North Washington Ave, Valbridge Property Advisors for $4,500 of an appraisal cost. Diamond 307 LLC, parcel ID numbers 157-160-10035, 157-040-10002, the address of 125 Scranton Pocono Highway, the appraiser's Henkelman. This is for consulting services only for $600. And finally, the taxpayer name of JBAS Realty LLC, parcel ID 1452030000202, the address of 225 Penn Ave, the appraiser is Henkelman, again for consulting services only for an appraisal cost of $600. Be it resolved, the Scranton School Board of Directors approves the above proposals for appraisal and consulting services and authorizes the district solicitor to execute the required documents on the district's behalf. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question?
On the question, Mr. Audi, can you, do you have the numbers on hand of what types of decreases these properties are looking for from the Board of Assessment Appeals?
Could you just repeat it a little bit?
What types of, do you have the amount of what they're looking for in a tax decrease?
These properties have decreased more than 15%. So we went out.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Okay.
Do you have the amount that they're looking for?
No, I don't have that, but I do have the.
In a reduction, I mean, the amount they're looking for in a
No,
reduction.
I don't have it listed here. I'm sorry. It may be in the back document. Is it? No, we don't have that.
I believe that may have been
But, yeah,
part of this.
if you look at the.
We did receive that, though, didn't we? It's not part of these documents.
We
but I
did
think
receive it. If you look at the appraisal cost, it would be worth the effort.
Yeah, I was just looking for
because
an
of the
example.
15%.
Yeah, I'm just looking for an example.
Yeah, but the specific numbers are not included. I apologize.
And the last two that are just consulting services, can you clarify that, please?
They don't go in and do, they won't go in and do a full appraisal. They would give us a rough idea of whether or not it would be worth the effort of doing the full.
Worth the effort of doing the full, okay, so this is a first step in another
They'll use comps, I'm sure.
process. Okay, and I hope this is not a question that is inappropriate or out of line in any way, but I believe the last company is a firm also owned by the partner or the principal in the company from which we rent the Electric City Academy. I would like that confirmed.
Yeah, we believe that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have a lease that we need money to pay, correct? And we're looking here to perhaps decrease the tax obligation.
They're looking to decrease. the
They are,
tax.
yes, thank
And
you for
we're
the
looking to
clarification.
challenge
We are
it.
not looking to do that.
That's
They
right.
are looking to do that.
That's
Thank you
correct.
for the clarification. That's a
Yes.
very important turn of phrase there. But I am understanding that correctly.
Correct, you are. That's correct.
That's neat, thank you. Anything else? Anybody else? No, you're okay? Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Ms. Gumart?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, the Superintendent of Schools, and the Budget and Finance Finance Committee presents the following resolution for your consideration. Whereas Act 327505B requires bodies of school districts, townships, boroughs, and cities to appoint voting delegates and one or more alternate delegates to serve as their tax collection committee representatives. And therefore, be it resolved that the Scranton School Board hereby appoints Tara Yanni as primary delegate, Tom Schuster as first alternate delegate, and Pat Laffey as second alternate delegate to the TCC, and they are hereby authorized to vote on behalf of the Scranton School District. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
A second.
On the question? On the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Schuster.
Yes.
Mrs. Welby. Mrs. Yanni.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Hume.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
8 affirmative.
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Budget and Finance Committee that the following is approved. Whereas the Lackawanna County Commissioners created the Lackawanna County Land Bank in an attempt to restore vacant, abandoned, and tax delinquent properties. And whereas the Lackawanna County Land Bank Commission has formed an advisory board of persons knowledgeable in Scranton's tax sale procedures, vacant properties, redevelopment, and condemnation, and those who may benefit assisting the Land Bank Commission. And therefore, be it resolved that the Scranton School Board of Directors hereby appoints Director Katie Gilmartin as first delegate and Director Sarah Cruz and Director Jim Malloy as co-delegates to represent the Scranton School Board. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question? Roll call?
Mrs. Welby.
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Hume.
Yes.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Schuster.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Education, Ms. Fox. Oh, I apologize, Community Relations, Ms. Fox.
Okay. To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Community Relations Committee that the following is approved. Whereas the Scranton School District and the City of Scranton are municipal bodies encompassing the same taxpayers, and whereas in an effort to share services, costs, and expenses with the City of Scranton, Scranton School Board desires to form a shared services committee to explore and recommend shared services opportunities. And now therefore be it resolved, the Scranton School Board hereby appoints Directors Tom Schuster and Katie Martin to represent the Scranton School District. Respectfully submitted.
Yes. On the question? Roll call?
Mrs. Yanni.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Hume.
Yes.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Schuster.
Yes.
Mrs. Welby. Ms. Martin.
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Now, Ms. Fox, you will continue with Education D4.
To the members of the Board of the School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Education Committee that the following is approved. Whereas the Scranton School District participates in the area funding program, and whereas the Scranton School District has engaged the services of Tritzschall Consulting Services for the 2020 funding year, and whereas the Tritzschall Consulting Services will handle the application for the district's Category 1 telecommunications application and assist with the applications and bidding of Category 2 equipment. And now therefore be it resolved, the Scranton School Board of Directors approves the agreement with Tritzschall Consulting for Category 1 services in the amount of $10,000 and Category 2 services in the amount of $3,000 plus 3% of the committed amount. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
On the question? Roll call?
Ms. Cruz.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Hume.
Yes.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Schuster.
Yes.
Mrs. Welby. Mrs. Yanni.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
8 affirmative.
D5?
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Education Committee that the following is approved. Whereas the Scranton School District participates in E-rate funding program, and whereas the Scranton School District has available Category 2 Equipment and Services E-rate budget for the fiscal year 2020 funding cycle, and whereas E-rate will pay 85% for our allowable equipment purchases, and whereas the Scranton School District has issued 3 PE PPM city bids for internal connections of equipment and has selected the following vendors: CWG Liber UPS's $73,805, Dolphin Datacom, Ruckus Wireless Access Points, $156,000, sorry for that, $396,000.60. ePlus Technologies, Cisco switches, $44,590.69. A total of $274,792.29. With an E-rate discount of 85%, brings off that price $233,573.45. The district share 15%, the total of $41,218.84. Now therefore be it resolved, the Scranton School Board of Directors approves the purchase of the above listed E-rate Category 2 equipment at a net cost to the district of $41,218.84 to be funded by the district Information Technology Department budget. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question?
On the question, I don't know who's best to answer this, whether it be Pat Lappy or Paul Doherty, but if we decided, well, I guess I should say, everything on this list, is this set in stone, or if there was items here that we didn't need, would we be beholden to purchase them?
My understanding is that you authorized you locked in the price for the equipment at our estimated quantities. If those quantities were to change from the funding period, we can adjust it. That's my understanding. And we have from April of 2020 till September of 2021 to utilize those dollars.
So if we decided not to go with any one of these items, we can do so.
I believe so.
And the resolution that we just passed is tied to this, correct? And this is a Category 2 expense that we're dealing with here, so we would be looking at the cost to the consulting services of $3,000 plus 3% of the committed amount, which is $41,218, or no?
The committed amount is what your discount is, which is $233,000. So 3% of that, or roughly $7,000.
So it costs us about $10,000 to be able to take these savings in.
For Category 2, yes, and then it's $10,000 for the Category 1 as well.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Roll call?
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Yes. Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Operations, Mrs. Hume, Ms. Hume. D1. What's her name over there?
20 minutes. To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Operations Committee that the following is approved. Whereas the Scranton School District has received a proposal from ConXX Smart Technologies to install a community wireless network antenna to support a backup link to the Geisinger Hospital call center on Montage Mountain. And whereas the rooftop of West Scranton High School has been determined to be the most suitable location for the wireless network antenna, and whereas ConXX has proposed to donate $1,000 annually in exchange for the access to West Scranton High School's roof, and whereas the superintendent has directed these funds to be deposited with the business office, and therefore be it resolved that the school board of directors accepts the proposal of ConXX Smart Technologies pending review by the district solicitor. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question?
On the question, I've expressed this to Attorney Howdy before the meeting. This is about paragraph 10 of the facility access agreement. I'm not certain if it's a substantive problem I have with it or a stylistic, but I can't imagine any version of paragraph 10 that would make me happy if it in fact requires us to indemnify the company that's we're basically letting have access to this roof. So rather than debate that or insist on a rewrite, I don't think the vote is very much in question, so I think I'll just let my no vote speak on that. Thank you.
Mr. Audi, if I was to make a friendly amendment that this be passed and contingent upon Mr. Malloy's request, would that be sufficient? Do we know, the person that was here that spoke to us from ConX seemed agreeable to any of our suggestions. So
I think that we could make that proposal back. It is, just for sake of clarification, it is a mutual release. And it does make exceptions for gross negligence or willful misconduct. So there are some protections, but I certainly understand I understand your concerns. And if you would like to approve it with the requirement that we strike that provision, they're the ones that want the tower there.
Would you rather that
so
it be taken out?
I think we could bring that back to them, and it likely would be approved.
Would you rather it be taken out or reworded?
I'd rather be reworded. I don't think it needs to be taken out. It just needs to say that they indemnify us, but we don't indemnify them.
So I'd like to make a friendly agreement, or a friendly amendment that we include Mr. Malloy's wording in that.
I think that's perfectly acceptable.
So the resolution.
And if they don't accept it, then they don't accept it.
So, we need a motion for Mr. Schuster's friendly, or a second for Mr. Schuster's friendly amendment.
I'll second.
On the question? Roll call.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz? Yes. Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
And then we need a motion on or a second on the resolution.
Second resolution.
On the question? Roll call.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Personnel, Director Schuster.
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is a recommendation of the Personnel Committee that the attached list of appointments, assignments, resignations, leaves of absences, and professional contracts is approved. Appointments are effective upon receipt of proper criminal records, immigration, medical, and child abuse reports. Salaries are in accordance with the collective bargaining agreements. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question?
On the question, I know some of the categories here. I know some of the coaches, and I'm speaking to Mr. Castrovinci on this. We've got together panels for coaching appointments, things like that. But when it comes to, say, clerks, PCAs, LPNs, or temporary maintenance, how do we go about it? Can you review the hiring process with those?
For athletic coaches, the interview process is prescribed in the teacher contract. The board member is included per contract, along with the AD, a principal, I believe 2 teachers recommended by the SFT. For other positions, it depends on the position, who's involved. For a clerk, most recently we involved the building principal and myself.
About PCAs?
PCAs, again, it's usually the building principal. Special ed, if they're available, will be involved.
And then how about for the temporary maintenance?
Temporary maintenance, Mr. Puglisi, and please keep in mind that prior to most recently, temporary maintenance positions, to my knowledge, were not interviewed, but we just did start interviewing temporary maintenance workers. So Mr. Puglisi was invited but could not attend because of what was going on in the district, so I held the interview.
Okay. How many, did we have a lot of people applying for each of these positions?
Not really, no, maybe 3 to 5 at most.
For each of them, you'd say?
Yes.
I have two things with the coaching positions. I believe one of these people indicated that he would be interested, he or she would be interested in doing it on a volunteer basis. I see a salary reflected here. Is that something that would be amended later, if that is in fact the case?
Are you talking about item 5?
Yes.
That person interviewed and was the high point person from the interview panel and received the position per contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that person said that he would waive the salary. Is that something that should be reflected here, or is that, I mean, I can certainly understand it might be something that comes to him and is offered offered back as a donation or something, and if this is not something we can discuss.
This is the first I think I'm hearing of this,
Oh,
that he
okay.
is waiving the salary. I haven't heard that.
Okay.
We talked to him today just to make sure he wanted it, and that wasn't mentioned.
Just in general, how would we pursue something like that? Do we know?
If someone says they are waiving the salary?
Yes.
I've never come across that, and Mr. Aldi's not sitting there. I've never come across where someone waived a salary.
I'm sorry, I don't even know, I'm unaware of anything that you're saying.
Okay.
I'm imagining if they're if they're waiving the salary, then it would go back into the budget.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've never
Yeah.
come across that proposition.
Would you pursue that, please? Because I don't think I dreamt that. I'm not saying I didn't dream it up, I certainly could have.
I will speak,
My mind
I'll
is
speak
not,
with him
but I-
first thing tomorrow morning
I
and
was-
ask him.
Yes, I believe that happened. And then, in section K, would you just explain the salary adjustment? There's one individual in section K, if you could just explain.
Sure.
Thank you.
See, I'm sorry, I have to put my glasses on. Oh, yes, so when we were preparing the budget, there was $50,000 that was in my budget. 30,000 was taken from my budget and put into the general budget. 20,000 was left, 10 is in my budget now, and 10 was set aside. We were hoping to add additional duties to one of our staff members to help with grant writing. And so that is what is in the packet.
Thank you very
Sure.
much. Anybody have anything else? Roll call?
Mrs. Welby?
Yes.
Mrs. Yenny?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume? Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
7 affirmative.
Mr. Schuster? Two?
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is a recommendation of the Superintendent and the Personnel Committee to accept the hearing examiner's proposed decision regarding employee number 3720, respectfully submitted.
Second? Second. On the question? Roll call?
Mrs. Yenny?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
I'll abstain, I wasn't here for the discussion.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Ms. Martin?
Yes.
7 affirmative, 1 abstention, motion passes.
F3?
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and Personnel Committee that the following is accepted. Whereas Director Barbara Dixon has submitted her resignation to the school board on January 31st, 2020, and therefore be it resolved that the Scranton School Board hereby accepts the resignation of Director Dixon effective immediately, respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question? On the question, I would simply like to thank Mrs. Dixon for her service. Roll call?
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Just for a point of clarification, Mrs. Dixon moved from the area and therefore she has resigned, and that is important to the recovery plan. Because you're not really allowed to leave the board while you're in the recovery.
Thank you, thank you. But you're not allowed to prohibit us from moving. That's how this works, huh? Okay.
That was in the fine print.
Thank you. Policy, Ms. Cruz?
All right. Members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the superintendent and the policy committee that the following resolution be approved. Whereas the following policies, 233 and 626, first read, have been revised by the Pennsylvania School Board Association, PSBA, and policy 233 pertaining to suspension and expulsion, policy 626 pertaining to procurement procedure attachment, whereas the following policies, 200, 201, and 204, first read, has been revised by the Scranton School District Administration, and policy 200 pertaining to enrollment of students, policy 201 pertaining to admission of students, and policy 204 pertaining to attendance. Now therefore be it resolved, the Scranton School Board hereby approves as a first read revision of policy numbers 233 and 626 as recommended by PSBA, and policy numbers 200, 201, and 204 as recommended by the Scranton School District Administration, respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question? On the question, policy 233 and 626 are both first reads, so we can still refer those back to committee. I would like to see policy 626 be part of our discussion with regarding policy 610 and all of the adjacent issues regarding bidding thresholds and things like that. And Ms. Cruz and I have talked about getting a date together, and Mr. Rowdy, we need to consult with you. I should have said after we approved Mrs. Dixon's resignation, Ginny, would you please advertise that as you are well equipped to do now? And perhaps we can schedule an evening to appoint our new director, do our policy committee, and I'm hoping that your colleague might be able to be available to do the parliamentary training that evening. Wonderful. So we'll coordinate. Thank you.
On that question, could we approach the two candidates on the previous attachment to see whether they wish to leave their applications in and that those applications stand, that they don't need to do it as we did with Mr.
Sure, that's certainly fine with me, if that is okay, if we just asked if they'd like their...
I believe that we've done that in the past, so I think that's fine.
Very good. So if Ginny, when you advertise, you would also contact the other two candidates who were considered with our last appointment to see if they'd like their applications considered again.
Did we mention a date when we were going to accept these two?
I would say 10 days, I think, is the 13th, which is a Thursday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, do you want to do it by 5 o'clock on that day? Because then...
On the 13th?
Yeah. You'd still have...
If we can do it by noon that day.
Sure, that's fine.
And then will we appoint the person at our next work session?
I'm hoping we could do that the night we do the policy committee meeting.
Okay.
If we're able to schedule all of that.
Okay.
If not, likely that's another
Did you
option.
mention that date yet, or no?
No.
Okay.
We got some stuff brewing, but it's okay.
I don't want to miss it.
I know, but we will coordinate and set that up, hopefully, tomorrow.
Is it possible to make it noon on the Friday, just because it won't go out to the advertisement till tomorrow? I know nobody's going to be doing anything over the weekend anyway.
I'm just trying to keep it the same. We started counting the 10 days the day after that. I don't know that, I mean, it is at least 10 days, but are we better to stay? I'd leave that up to
I think you're better to stay within the 10 days.
Stay consistent, so do noon on the Thursday, which is 10 days. Ms. Cruz, G2.
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Policy Committee that the following is approved. Be it resolved that Director Ro Hume be designated as the Pennsylvania School Boards Association, also known as PSBA, representative for the Scranton School Board for the term ending December 31st, 2020, respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question?
On the question,
I don't think we did roll call on this G1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm supposed to think that.
I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Backtrack.
Gee, we've only been here half an hour.
I'm so sorry.
It's very tough.
Anything else on the question? I apparently had brought my points forward, so I was done with it. Sorry. Now you know who I really am. Roll call.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
yes.
Ms. Gilmartin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
With G2, we already have the motion.
Should I-
Second.
Should I read this? Yes.
I'm
No,
sorry,
right.
who seconded G2? I'm sorry.
Mr. Schuster?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
On the question?
I'd just like to say that I think Ro is the perfect person to be our PSBA representative, as she already put together a report before she was made official.
Just call me Hermione Granger.
Roll call?
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Gilmartin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Vendor relations. Mrs. Welby.
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Vendor Relations Committee that the following is approved. Whereas the Scranton School District has a need to replace 2 electric convection steamers in the meat production kitchen at South Scranton Intermediate School, and whereas the Scranton School District has received 3 quotes based on the PA state contract pricing, and whereas all capital expenditures exceeding $5,000 must be approved by the Division of Food and Nutrition, and whereas the Scranton School District has applied to the Division of Food and Nutrition for approval to purchase 2 electric convection steamers at a total cost of $39,251.16 from Singer Equipment Company. And now therefore be it resolved, the Scranton School Board of Directors approves the purchase of 2 electric convection steamers per the attached quote to be funded by the district's cafeteria operations fund. Purchase authorization is contingent upon approval from the Division of Food and Nutrition. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
Yes.
And just an update, late Friday afternoon after this resolution was already prepared, we did receive the approval from the Division of Food and Nutrition.
During the week, I peppered Mr. Doherty, who had nothing better to do than read this email, with a grant that was approved during the time for $983,000, which is going to be spread throughout Pennsylvania for the upgrading and purchase of cafeteria equipment. And I can dig through my email. Paul, if you didn't get it, that's my fault. I will dig through my emails and send it out. But this was approved a couple of weeks ago. The government put it forward. And I didn't know whether it was applicable to this or not. And it probably gone into that electronic black hole where most of my computer puts stuff. So I will resend this. But there are $983,000 up for grabs in Pennsylvania to buy equipment. If it's too late for this, let's go into the kitchen and buy spoons.
This was not, we did not plan on funding this with the $982,000 grant that you were mentioning. However, I will note that anytime that we receive correspondence that there is funds available to support the cafeteria program, we do apply for them. And we, with the assistance of our food service management company.
So that came through.
Yeah, and we've received grants in the past to support our breakfast programs and things of that nature.
That's okay.
Thank you. Roll call?
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Schuster.
Yes.
Mrs. Welby.
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Hume.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
8 affirmative.
I-1.
To the members of the Board of School Directors of the City of Scranton, it is the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Vendor Relations Committee that the following is approved. Whereas Airmark Corporation has made monetary donations to support and promote the cafeteria operations of the Scranton School District, and whereas attached are the intent to give grant donation form as required by Policy 702, listing the purpose of the donations, and now therefore be it resolved, the Scranton School Board of Directors approves Airmark Corporation donation to support and promote the cafeteria operations of the Scranton School District. Respectfully submitted.
Second.
On the question? I apologize if I missed it, but the intent to give grant or donate form is not attached to this. Perhaps it came with other information.
I'm looking at it, it's not included in my packet as well, so I apologize, I may have missed that on Friday afternoon. I do have it right here, and I will provide it to Ms. Orr for the official record. I can read it for you. The purpose of the grant donation is to promote the activities that encourage student participation, use of student end-of-year scholarships, Airmark's participation in support of the district's golf fundraiser. In 18-19, they allocated roughly $7,500, and thus, so far this year in 19-20, we've received $2,500. And speaking with them today, they anticipate potentially even more as we approach the end of the year.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Roll call?
Mr. Schuster.
Yes.
Mrs. Welby.
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Hume.
Yes.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Thank you. New business. I think we heard a cry for more information this evening. So whatever that needs to look like, I am interested to hear from my colleagues your opinions on this. If we need to pursue other opinions about the air quality, the presence of asbestos, what our options may be. I know we've talked a little bit about differing opinions tonight, even from the experts, and you know, of course, we all agree that it is unfortunate Guzik wasn't able to be with us this evening. But what does everybody think? Where do we want to go?
I think first we look to see if it's a possibility that Guzik meets at some point in time next week to speak with Northeast and possibly Willard parents, teachers, anyone interested in those, express interest in getting some answers.
I was, well, as you know, I proposed, sorry, as you know, I proposed a public meeting called specifically for that, to head that off. I'm not saying, I'm just saying that I think we definitely need to have a public meeting with more information. I felt that the lack of communication that was, and transparency that was thrown at us, considering what was accomplished in the last 7 days, was a little bit, was comprehensible but a little bit unjust. But I think that to head off any further unrest and rumours and stuff running around, I think we should have a town hall within probably next week.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if I headed off that, if you asked for that, but I think when looking at the schedule, Monday was coming. I don't think it fit anywhere else in the schedule.
You convinced me of that, but I do feel that, so that even an inadequate, even just sometimes it's better just to appear to be doing something.
And I was hoping that the public got a little bit more out of this than maybe they did tonight. I'm not sure.
I did too, and I think it was great, but I think that when you don't know what you're going to tell them, it's ridiculous to have a meeting that you're just going to stand and say, I don't know yet. But then you risk the blowback of, you're not telling us. But I would say sometime next week, at the latest.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
I think two things I would like to say here. One, the communication, part of, in speaking with many teachers who are my friends, one of the hard part here, communication-wise, is the questions they were looking for regarding the environmental answers, technical questions, we can't provide them. So, and I will never be able to provide them appropriate. So therefore, I can't speak to them. So that's one thing that we're struggling with, and we truly don't have somebody on site that is capable of answering those questions. So that's one piece that I believe is an issue. I'm not really sure how to address that, because in-house we don't have that specialty. That's number one. Number two, I do want to add, I did meet with Northeast faculty, just so everybody knows. I did meet with them. Mr. Haney called them over to Scranton High School before we had an in-service and the teachers were coming over. So I did meet with them. I did speak with them. I did tell them everything that I knew, similar to what I said tonight. We will continue to work on the plan. I heard the outcry of, reaching out to some parents. I asked, as we were sitting here, I asked Mr. Haney, maybe it's a good to go to the PTA, because that is a group of who we know, so maybe he can speak with them.
I have to tell you, I'm the PTA president.
Great.
And our meetings, there's 3 people that show up, but only our board shows up.
Right.
At our
But you're a good representation because you show commitment by being part of the PTA, so we appreciate that.
But I have to say something, like, what harm will it do to get a second opinion?
I don't think there's any harm. No, that's what we're discussing. I think
That's
we're
what we're moving
gonna,
to.
I'm gonna suggest that we do that. We need to do that. I strongly believe that.
When you do work at your home, how many estimates do you get?
Right, right,
So you need to get a second opinion.
right. You're frustrated, we're frustrated. I agree with you. What would it hurt? Right.
No one said anything. No one knows what's going on. I'm not sending my kid there. Room 111 is his room. You all didn't know about it.
Right, you're right. We didn't. So we are having someone go over there tomorrow to get
So
some
they'll be in
answers.
school until you guys find out? That's the plan? My 5-year-old's gonna be in a room until you guys send someone over? I'm sure you would be just as frustrated, right?
And again, this is where my expertise is. I can't answer with regards to room 111. I know that there was concern there, and I know Mr.
It came up with one for Krista something.
Correct.
Correct, that's terrifying. And we have parents in our school who own environmental companies. He was here tonight. Reach out to the parents. Reach out to them. They're talking about transparency and we're coming together as a community. We could all solve this problem together. We don't have to fight and bicker. But right now, I'm gonna send my child to school where you guys just don't know. I heard that he was at our school today. Were you at our school today?
I was.
You said you didn't know about it, all these reports.
No, I said I didn't know that they emptied 4 classrooms.
Wouldn't you know that if you were there? Who called you, our principal? Where's the communication? This is terrifying.
And again, as I'm sitting here, I'm trying to get answers to some of the questions that are coming up. We are, if you don't mind if I just can finish, I've got a text message that basically said that, and I believe, Mr. Doherty, you were over at Willard today. We were aware of 2 situations from what I'm gathering as I'm sitting here. One of those teachers, I was told, went back to her classroom. Mr. Doherty, is that true? Yes. And the other one, we did have the environmental specialist talk to those 2 individual teachers because, again, we can't answer these questions. So we brought the environmental specialist over there, and again, if I'm wrong, I know Ms. Griebeck, I asked you to get in touch with the principal. So the environmental technician specialist did speak with those 2 individual teachers to explain some of the questions that they had. I know you're asking about 111, and I cannot explain 111 to you. I can only...
Just answer your immediate question of, is this safe? You're not sure.
No, that's not true. I'm sure what I heard. And what I heard is this school safe for kids? My exact question. And the answer was yes.
Okay, so I understand that, and I have to put my faith in you. I do. I get that. But the people who said that weren't even here. What does that speaks volumes. So I just have to go off a bunch of people who I guess I have to trust and send my baby to school because you said it, and I'm going to believe you, but that's still terrifying.
I understand, because like I said, it don't...
Stand in front of this crowd to tell us this. into our faces.
I understand. And that's why we're going to try to get Mr. Guzik, who is the only one that can answer your question right now, because again, you believe me, but I'm told what, is it safe for kids and staff? And the answer is either yes or no. And the answer I received is yes. And that is why everyone went back to school at Willard. That's what I have to go on. So Mr. Guzik is gonna need to be here to explain to you, so we will try to set up that forum.
And in the meantime, until next week, we just have to go off trust. Right, next week is our timeline we're thinking about?
Can we reach out to Mr. Guzik and have him respond to this? Okay.
I've already been aware of all of this?
Yes, he's well aware.
Can I just say, as I understand it, this blew up last Monday night, and Mr. Guzak was in the meeting with us at the work session, which went till very late. My pumpkin left. And he had worked incredibly hard with Mr. Doherty this entire week. His firm had a prior commitment today in Philadelphia, which was not at their discretion to alter. They were under an essential thing to be in Philadelphia. They made a huge effort to get away from that commitment in Philadelphia to make it back to this meeting. And I appreciate people saying they should be here. Absolutely, but we, I think, need to, in their defense, say that this only blew up last Monday, and they had this commitment prior to last Monday's meeting, and they made an enormous effort to get out of Philadelphia and drive back, and their commitment down there did not finish till 6 p.m. And it was certainly not for a lack of concern or a lack of hard work on this issue. Now, I'm not defending them, and I do agree that if you get a bad diagnosis, you always want to get a second opinion, and I think we should look at getting a second opinion. I'm not sure how many firms there are around here that can give us an answer in a short term, and I think that the reason that I was suggesting next week was that if we do commission a second opinion, it would be very unlikely that we would get those people in, get a report back, compare it to the advice if it's different from Guzak's, then discuss that, then be able to incorporate that into the plan moving forward. All of which I think is certainly on the table to do. But in that case, it will postpone the timeline out. If we want to get immediate answers to some of the questions tonight, then the people we're going to need to talk to this week is Guzek. If we want to get a second opinion and have a valid data collection thing to do it, then I do feel that the time would stretch into the following week.
Why can't we use that company that did Willard? Why can't we use that company for Northeast for our second opinion?
That's only the air quality control. That's not the.
Mr. Doherty, can you address that? They're separate issues, correct?
Yes, but I mean, Guzik did the testing in both those buildings.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Guzak can do the air quality control, as I understand it, Mr. Doherty, but some of the other stuff that people, I think, want second opinions on. I mean, it may well be that we could.
Believing they couldn't send one representative to speak for them. Other companies found a way to do that. One person out of a corporation or business, however many people they employ. If it was important enough to them, they could have sent one person to speak on their behalf of testing. I don't really buy that they had a prior commitment, that not one person could sneak away.
No.
Don't really believe it.
I can assure you in good faith that is what I was told and that is what I believe, and I would certainly not attempt under any circumstances to mislead you. So what do we feel? Do we want to go ahead and try and find someone to go in and give us a second opinion?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And then how about the EPA and the DEP? Can we request them?
Indeed, but again, we will be extending the time. I mean, I think we should, but I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that if we do, it will extend the timeline before we get a definitive answer as to whether the building is safe or not, which only makes it more urgent to get the other plan working.
Gretchen has something.
I am all in favor of a second opinion, certainly. And that's, of course, the way we would go with anything in our personal lives. The issue is, what do we do in the interim? Because what we're hearing, and we are trying to make the best decision all around. But some people want to go back to that school. Some people are afraid to go back to that school. Everyone wants to get into a school ASAP. And then it's our task to try to mitigate through all of that. So I am in favor of getting a second opinion, but what do we do with the students in the interim?
Just from a parent perspective, Right, and
So that's where I'm coming from. So before we close Northeast or consider closing it, can we just get a second opinion to say it's so bad?
clearly that's
yeah,
not,
and I-
clearly that's misinformation and,
But
you know,
you'll be
false. Right, well, you've been sitting here the entire.
several times, though.
You've been sitting here the whole time, and not one of us has said we're closing Northeast, so permanently. So we can't control what the media says.
This is an issue of trust, and I feel bad for all of you, because I'm the person that sent the pictures. And I've sent them for 5 years, and you're paying for the sins of the past.
Absolutely.
Like, you're not gonna rebuild trust in one meeting. I genuinely, my skin crawled all night, because I felt bad for you folks. From Ms. McKiernan all the way on.
You better have, Mr. Walter.
But, you know, on Wednesday, I went into my classroom, and my ceilings were falling apart for years. And I sent the pictures, and I have the emails, and they went to people that are being investigated, and nothing was ever done. So it's a hard pill to swallow to say on Wednesday, my room was fine, and on Thursday, the people in it were wearing hazmat suits. And I've been in that building for that room for 18 years. So it's just, there's no trust there.
Right.
And it's gonna take it's not gonna take a long time, but it's not gonna happen in a week or a
There's
month.
no easy answer. If we get a second opinion, we're delaying kids getting back in school.
I think we can move forward while we make sure the school.
In which directions?
I think, from what I understand, after they go on downtown.
And the majority of people didn't like that idea.
That's a good question.
What happened to the half a days? I know, I reached out to our state representative today, and I was told that we got a waiver by the state, so we don't lose our funding, that we could go half a days. Well, what happened to that proposed plan?
Yeah,
To it. I did propose that and send it in writing to the state, and we are not allowed to do that. It's too long of a period of time, and we actually have the shortest school day in all the schools in Pennsylvania, and it would be a loss of 171 hours of instructional time, and that would be a loss of a subsidy of about $1.6 million.
But we were supposed to go to them for the waiver.
Yeah, they won't give us a waiver. That's what I'm just answering. I've asked them, they will not give us a waiver for that period of time. It's been denied.
I think that's indicative of what has gone on here the last several days. The administration has attempted to pursue things like that, very valid, very reasonable ideas, and has run into roadblocks. But also spent the time pursuing that to then be told no, to then have to readjust and go on another path. So, I mean, this is just incredibly challenging, and I think what Gretchen said is so true. Which direction do we go? Some want to go here, some want to go there, and all of it takes time, and I think everybody's priority is to get these students back into a safe school so they can continue learning.
I know, but the whole thing is like, green team goes to one school, white team goes to another school. But what if you have children that's on green team and white team? You're gonna actually separate them?
If you want me, I could address that. Sure. So without making any promises, those are the types of issues, again, that we were dealing with today. How can we best accommodate parents, knowing that we have capacities at each building, so it's not going to work out perfectly, but we were trying to see how we can best address parents with that. So they were running a list of how many siblings were in the building. And so we are doing all of those things. As we, all day today, those were the issues that we're trying to troubleshoot so that we don't miss anything. Because again, we're trying to make this as seamless as possible in this difficult situation.
And I'd just like to say too that a week ago tonight, just literally slightly 2 hours over 7 days ago, Mr. Doherty stood up and said, I'm going to say something that's never been said before. And he came forward without filters, without hiding anything, without doing it, and told the board what the board certainly had never been told before about the issues that we had with the lead and the asbestos. That's just 7 days ago. It got worse because people sent in the photos and we saw those things. This administration jumped as fast as I've ever seen any big organisation respond. Usually they're like the Queen Mary, getting them to change course is a bit of hard. If you think back that it's only 7 days since we discovered this issue, it got worse and worse by Wednesday. The amount that has been done to get the lead, the sources of the lead in the water out of commission while we work out a long time plan, the kids are safe. The thing to do with the asbestos, we've gone through the schools where we found asbestos issues, all of the immediate issues that were identified by Datum last Wednesday or Thursday, Paul? Whatever it was, they have all already been addressed. And out of our schools, they're safe. And I know Mr. Superintendent McTiernan, I'm going to call you Missy. Sure. I know Missy would never put the children back because that's what we all care about. So it's awful. It should never have happened. I am so angry with people who aren't here and who've taken and done that I can't speak. But we need to appreciate what has been accomplished already. And we do need to work on the fact that we've got 900 kids who, through no fault of their own, have had their education ruptured. And we do have to work incredibly hard to do that, and people are. And we're getting as fast as we can. And I know why people are cranky, and I know how angry I am at what happened. But I think we do need to acknowledge that in 7 days, our world has been turned upside down, and there have been strides already to try and get order back and get things done. And I think that while people may be upset, yes, we need more things to do, there's been a great deal of commitment and effort.
There's somebody over here who wanted to say something.
I just want to say to Dr. Finan that you called to find out and filled out whatever you did to see that we couldn't do the half days. I think that would be great if you could put something like that on your Facebook page, on your site, so people stop talking about that as being a rumor. You've exhausted it, you found out it's not possible, it's going to lose too many hours. There's a reason why it can't happen. So can you just tell everybody, so that's one rumor that's done and they stop talking about it and spreading it around and getting everybody upset by it. So each time you hear a rumor and you have a reason why you've already found out that you cannot do it, please tell us. Put it out there so people stop talking about it.
Because the media is taking advantage of this situation.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And they always do, right? They always do. You know, they sat there and talked to me, and I framed my notes like I started off the news. I framed they didn't chop up what I said to make their own agenda.
So
They confused, right?
I think what I heard tonight was Superintendent McTiernan didn't want to give out the plan because the plan is not complete. And that's where we're at. We want to make sure the thing is 100% complete before it gets put out so the rumors don't occur. And I know there's this vacuum right now when there's no information where, rumors fly.
We got news saying, close forever. I mean, we had nothing to counter that as parents sitting in our houses.
I also think that if the administration was putting it out on their personal Facebook pages, everything that they've heard, they wouldn't be able to address the situation as it is. So it's a situation that the communication issue is going to be an issue no matter how it is, and we're trying our best to get the information out as accurate and as fast as possible.
And I think we can really strike a balance with that, because I think as much as you're talking about the trust we need to earn, we have to ask for your support. We need you all who are sitting here at, I don't even know what time it is, listening to all of this, taking all of this in, realizing the work that has gone on, realizing the information that has been gathered. Help promote what it is we're trying to do. Daily statements were released. Did they include absolutely every detail? Of course not. There were some things that were happening in real time that were coming out, and you're trying to get the information out. And we also don't have an individual dedicated to doing that. And we are trying to make sure that we are saying the appropriate thing from an environmental perspective, from a legal perspective. We don't want to withhold information, but we don't want to send people out in a tailspin through rumors and innuendos. So I think we can continue to get information forward and ask all of you we are all accessible. Bring those questions right to us. Pick up the phone, send an email. There may be, as we said tonight, there were so many points brought forward that I jotted down somewhere, and 7,000 other things went on the list and I forgot it, or it didn't occur to me. So we need you as partners in all of this, and I really appreciate what everyone has done tonight, how everybody stayed and had a reasonable discussion, and I think it has to be said that I have not heard one complaint from this group of people this week. And so many of you have so graciously pointed out the fact that no one up here made this mess. But I have not heard one person whine, bellyache, complain, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. All of these people have stepped forward, all of these administrators, my colleagues on either side of me, all of these people have stepped forward and said, we didn't do this, but it's ours now, let's figure it out. Just like your children, they didn't do this, but we have to solve it for them. And I truly believe that we can. I appreciate all of you staying here. Again, I can't say it enough, but I do think we need the administrators need some direction from this board. I am hearing that we do want other opinions. No one here, let it be said, is closing Northeast Intermediate School tonight. I think we have determined that that is a decision we are not making at this time. We absolutely need more information before it is even something we could consider. So I think we are all in agreement that we are asking all of you to provide that additional information. Come at us with, ask us whatever questions you need to ask us, whatever direction. If you need to provide that plan and we need to go through this step by step, let us know what it looks like.
I think there's two types. I think I need to know, are we gonna do like TEM's air quality in every single classroom? And are we then also gonna take wall samples out of every single, wall and ceiling samples out of every single classroom?
And
because if you want to know what's going on in the building, I don't know how you do it without having the whole school done that way.
Can I make a suggestion, of course? Before we settle on what exactly we need to do, I think we need to identify whoever it is we wish to consult with. We then need to let them come in and see where we're at, and then we need to get their recommendation of what would be necessary to either clear the school for reoccupation or say that the school, or what remediation would be necessary to make parts of the school as possible. But I don't think we can say, we can determine yet what we need to do, but I think we need to either resolve.
And I think items have been identified. Everything is identified right now,
Yes.
so for a company to come
And
in-
again, Mr. Barrett asked a great question about, the type of testing, and again, I'm not gonna stand here and pretend I'm a scientist. And, we need one of the specialists to answer that question. But I know there's two types of testing, and I'm not saying I could read a report like a scientist, but I know you could test the actual plaster, and you could run TEM, you could run 2-hour air samples in the building. Now, typically they do homogeneous sampling where they pick areas of the building to do it, but that doesn't say that we can't do every classroom. I mean, that's certainly, direction I would need from you.
Mr. Gordy, is there some guidance from the that could, some guidance for us that says how would they go about testing a building that has suspected or proven asbestos?
Because Mr. Jimmy from Dedham, in fact, the last 2 days, he and I have been talking about that, and it's really going to get that. I think the EPA is going to have to give us guidance on how to clear that building.
Yeah.
Because the experts aren't all agreeing.
Right.
It's either, if it's homogeneous and one's positive, you got to assume they're all positive, or can we clear it room by room?
Right.
Certainly nobody that's here right now can give that answer.
And so in my job, I always go with what the guidelines say. To treat hypertension, to treat congestive heart failure, I just go by what the expert guidelines are. So I think that instead of making assumptions on this company is a good company versus that company is a bad company, I think they're all probably good companies, but let's go by what the guidelines say and look at the guidelines for and what to do next and how to best test and then how to best treat and mitigate that situation.
I mean,
Now, that doesn't solve the problem of where the kids can go to school tomorrow or Monday.
But one thing we do know is there is asbestos in that building.
Right.
And some of the samples have shown that. So even if it comes back, it's definitively 1 room, 10 rooms, 5 rooms. A plan's got to be made for those for those specific areas. And in a situation like this, I would think the more information we have with tests, I would think the better, it would put us in a stronger position. But certainly, I think the EPA is the way, as the agency, we have to have involved.
Seeing that we seem to have made the other buildings in the district safe and Northeast is the only one, I'm wondering whether our focus should at this point switch completely from trying to work out what we do with Northeast and focus on getting the plan in place and getting, because your other hat means, I'm sure, we've all got to be involved in that. And then if it takes another week or so to get the EPA and get the people and the other things in, it's not a great time loss. Am I wrong? I think our first focus really needs to be all hands to the pump about it.
Well, that was going to be my next question to the board once the conversation finished, is directive for me. So do I continue moving forward with the plan as is, or am I on hold? So I just need direction.
The items that have been moved, are they from the most effective areas first? The most affected areas first?
The 300.
Those from the old section.
Yeah, the old, I believe. I can't say that for sure.
The current work that's been done is work that's in those most affected areas first.
I believe the desks were taken from the older section.
And if we were gonna go like least restrictive, is this section in a place that it could be cordoned off? People could have access to it if we were to close sections of the building?
I think that's something we would, I think we would need an engineer involved in that.
Yeah, I'm not
This plan
comfortable.
seems like it has several steps. If we were gonna go from most to least restrictive.
Don't we have to go by the law, Dr. Fiden? That there's a law that says if we have proof that there's asbestos there, we cannot allow the kids in the school.
Yes, I think there's no doubt we can get more testing done if that's the direction, but I'm really concerned about getting children back into school. And I think we have to, I think we can do the testing, but I think we have to continue with the plan and get children in school as soon as possible. I think, who indicated that we couldn't go in that building? I mean, we can't look past that piece. We haven't even been able to go in and get the personal items out of the building.
I mean, that was specifically with Mr. Jimmy the last 2 days. From
Right.
that,
So he indicated that.
yes.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Doherty, that means that a private contractor and not a government official is the individual who's saying you can't go in this building, correct?
He's saying it's not safe for occupancy.
Okay.
So don't you think we should have a government official that knows like all the guidelines and everything, go in there and check the building?
Absolutely. At some point, I'm sure that we will. I think you indicated earlier, Mr.
I mean,
Doherty, that you've already been in contact with that.
The DEP was on site at Willard on Friday
Yeah.
to examine the work that was being done.
Yeah. But it doesn't, may I just say?
Can you ask, he doesn't know the answer, can you guys answer that?
I'm sorry.
No,
We
we're all,
We didn't know they were coming.
Yeah, they just showed up.
Well, can't you guys call them
Sure.
Yeah.
and have them go in and check the building? I mean, I personally tried to call them today myself, and I couldn't get through.
yeah. But I think the point I'm trying to make though is that once we get the EPA involved, any process to get that building cleared for occupancy, I mean, I could have a Zimmer frame by the time they get through with it. So I think what we need to understand is that it's not going to be, even if the EPA comes in tomorrow, it's not going to be fit for occupancy by next week, and it's not going to be fit for occupancy by the week after. So we really can't have those kids out of school for that long.
But do you understand too, from like a parent's point of view, they want to know what the future will bring. Like, is my kid going to go to West Side next year? Are they going to start? It's great, a temporary Band-Aid, but we do have to look for the future.
But we can't answer that. It's the snake eating its tail. We can't answer that until we get an answer from definitive people. I'm hearing government and a second opinion that the building can be made habitable again, and then it's going to need remediation and how long that will take and what will be done. So we can't give you that answer until we know that. And we certainly don't want to, we've all agreed and said tonight that we're not closing the building. We are endeavouring to resolve a very unexpected and rather unpleasant and very dangerous situation with the building with 900 kids in it. So I can't tell you, and Dr. Fining can't tell you, and Missy can't tell you, that this will be happening next week. Because until we get a definitive answer from people that are experts in this area, which none of us are, and which Mr. Doherty is rapidly becoming but isn't yet, we can't give you that answer, and nor would you want us to. I can't think of a parent in this room that would want us to say, well, look, it looks okay, and fingers crossed, and we'll put the kids back there. I certainly wouldn't accept that. I don't think anyone else would.
You're not seeing the point though. I'm not looking for an answer tonight.
Right.
The only thing we want is to know that the government is going to be called in.
And I think-
Official things to come in and check the building.
Mhm.
Not like, okay, let's get the kids into the building. Let's come up with a plan. I'm not asking for the kids to go in there. I want to know that the proper people are going to be called.
That's reasonable,
And
yes.
I think that's not to rush anybody, because feel free. But I think that's sort of the summary here to bring this to a close this evening. I think what we are saying is we need to move forward with this plan, because as much as we would love to wave a magic wand and have all of the answers to all of the environmental issues, it is not realistic in a reasonable amount of time to get these children back to school. So as hard as whatever plan comes to pass may be to swallow, and no one up here doesn't have, I mean, Missy can tell you, my very first question to her was, what about their stuff? I mean, I really, really thought of things that were in my locker when I was that age that I loved and would have been devastated to lose. So it is not that anybody up here is diminishing the emotional impact, the frustration, the upheaval. We all are, but I think the reality of the situation is the determination that has been made at this time is that this building is not safe for occupancy. We need to get these children back into classrooms as quickly as we possibly can, no matter how uncomfortable and frustrating that may be. And we would like Mr. Doherty to pursue the EPA or the DEP, whatever the appropriate body is, or both, or if there's somebody from a neighboring country, let's bring them along as well. I think, to Gretchen's point, understanding those guidelines, and we need to have the conversation with Guzik. I think those are our priorities here, because I think that's the only way we are going to understand what the steps are to truly assessing Northeast. And I understand, you know, there may be factors and things that we can't overcome, but I think we are hearing from our community that we want to pursue that. So I think we owe that to that building, to these people, to the family that came forward from Northeast this
I'm
evening.
going
So
to
I
ask
think
one
that's where we
thing
have to
on
go.
behalf of the student body. I really think you should get them together, have a dance or assembly before you separate them. I'm asking that on behalf of the student body.
I think that's a great idea. Could we
So,
pursue
you
that?
know what, not all the kids live, see each other, at least they can say goodbye to each other, especially when they're being separated. We were supposed to have a dance in March, and we were supposed to have a 3-on-3 tournament in February.
Well, you could still have your 3-on-3 tournament. I mean, that's and I mean, we'll make sure that happens, because as we said, although the students may be in school with another school, they're still going to be separate entity for now. So they will be. And again, it's not going to be perfect, but like I said, we're going to try to with the clubs and the teams. So the 3-on-3 tournament should be played, and the school dance, I will talk to Mr. Haney about that. Okay.
Thank you. I think that's a lovely idea. Let's see if we can make that happen.
One last thing I just wanted to ask about is this asbestos letter that should be sent
Yes.
out. I don't know what that is, I'm gonna be honest. So, do you know what that is, Attorney Arnie? The letter that should have been sent home regarding asbestos?
Yearly letter.
There's a, well, yes, it's the letter under the act that should have been sent home. We don't know if a letter has ever been produced. And as far as I know, we don't know where any of the reports are. Is that accurate?
Right, I mean,
Oh,
that's
for
what
now.
some parents
Oh.
brought that up, so.
I guess, again,
Okay.
as we were sitting here, again, I'm texting Paul, who produces the letter, you know, is it us
Yeah,
as the
well-
school district? We're gonna have to look into that.
Okay,
That letter, whatever we have to do to be in compliance will be done.
okay,
So if there's a letter that needs to go out now, it will go out.
okay, thank you.
And I think that does bring up another very important point, that as we are going through this process, documentation is being built. I think a lot of the information Mr. Doherty has put together that has sort of explained where we stand, especially with the lead situation, what the problem was, what work was done, where it stands today. I think that's been very helpful to all of us, but I think Dr. Feining, you've been talking about this since day one, that this district is in desperate need of systemization. And as unfortunate as this is, it is proving to be a very good learning opportunity, not one that any of us ever wanted to have, but I think we are identifying the holes and filling them as best we can. So, great. Another plus. So, does anybody have anything else? We certainly could do that. Do we want a motion or is?
I don't think a motion's necessary. I think you don't need to bid out for this kind of work. So I think if it's clearly the will of the board to tell the administration to go get an additional expert or two and to get further information. If you want to make a motion, go ahead. But I don't think it's necessary. The directive's already been made.
Well,
For professional services such as this, it's not necessary.
as long as the understanding is that we're looking for both additional private expert assistance and public official assistance from one of the agencies whether it be the federal agency or the state agency.
They'll be looking for us. There's no doubt in my mind.
Maybe we can call more attention to ourselves.
There's no doubt in my mind. I have an inward smile when we keep talking about reaching out to the public officials because they're going to be crawling all over this district by tomorrow.
And I think they need to assure.
And they should.
compliance. I think that's.
And they should, it's their responsibility, and they know we're trying to do what's right, and they will be there to guide us and help us. I have no doubt about that.
And we just get the governor to work the check after last Wednesday.
Well, again, thank you all. I really do appreciate, and to our administrators down there in the galley as well. Mr. Puglisi over there, thank you, and to our police officers as well, and our members of the SFT who stayed, and Sarah, who's here for the long haul as well. So, thank you all very much. We will be in touch.
I know some parents had, some other parents were talking about how, like, there was some plaster on the carpet, on the tables and things, and they asked who did the walkthrough, and they wanted to know if a director could come, so is that possible, like, if we could?
I think we can work with Mr. Doherty to discuss building tours and get, I don't think any of us want to
Disrupt
go in there
anything.
willy-nilly, but
Yeah.
I know we all try to attend events and I don't want to disrupt anything that's going on, but.
I'd be happy to accompany anyone if you would like that.
And I do believe at one point during the evening, we did clarify that we wanted to understand who had been signing off on those walkthroughs and how that process took place, so thank you.
Yes.
Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn? Right?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Yes.